Salutations, ghouls and freaks. Welcome to this podcast, The Storm, where insane slashers, undead blood drinkers, and all around crooked beans convene, talk, and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my host, the Mage of Madness, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening.
And I am your host, slash Scarecrow impersonator, the Brainstorm Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing reasonably well. I'm slightly annoyed because the book I was reading didn't end up being as good as I thought it was going to be, but hopefully it will improve. I'm only about halfway through.
Hey, Don,
hmm
get used to disappointment.
Just because I expect things to be crap doesn't mean I want to be correct about them being crap. The book in question was a book on familiars, and like I said, I'm about halfway through the thing, and it's gone so like the stuff it's done instead of talking about the main topic of the book has been interesting, but it's like this is supposed to be a book on familiars. Get to the fucking point of the book, god damn it. But again, hopefully the second half will pick things back up, and it's not like the things that it's talked about instead of familiars haven't been interesting. It's just I'm annoyed because this is supposed to be a book on familiars, and I'm halfway through said book on familiars, and it has not gotten to the point of fucking familiars yet.
Fair enough. Okay, so this week is a bit of an odd one because it's not technically a theme one. It's more of us somewhat playing catch up. Um, Not catch up, but finishing things that we didn't finish other times because we got really sidetracked and everything.
hmm
And it's mostly the videos that we didn't do.
hmm
We still do have a top five of the Graveyard Smash lists, which we will be doing first, and also
hmm
pitching our because we didn't pitching the Dracula movie ideas we had, along with any other ideas we've thought of before that didn't fit the listings or topics
hmm
regarding to like horror movies or well the Universal monsters or Dark Universe or whatever.
hmm
So yeah, Graveyard Smash, Graveyard Monster Mash, Graveyard Smash. I fucking hate saying that. We'll do that first. I assume the gay guy wants heads.
Wah, 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 wah. I'm proud of you.
I can I can feel the sincerity in your voice.
Ah,
Oh,
DT and I have slowly but surely infected you with puns. The transformation is slowly complete. Mwahaha. Ha.
to be fair, I always say I'm not surprised you pick heads when we do a coin flip.
You do?
So I got tails. So
Hmm.
yeah, so I'll go first.
Yep.
Okay, give me 1 second. There we go. Uh, Share. So this is a bit of a kind of newer one, but that's because I just recently came across this and I find it super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So my number five is Frankelda of Frankelda's Book of Spooks, and a movie that came out recently called I Am Frankelda.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so for those who are not aware, uh, this is a stop motion animated series slash animated movie that recently came out, uh, called based in Cartoon Network Latin
Interesting.
or Latin America. I can't remember if that was what the company was called,
Mm.
but basically it is like it's kind of like a Mexican Crypt Keeper kind of series, from what I've gathered in the research I've done of it.
So slightly more on brand would be a a Latino Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
Minus the sex appeal, but more or less, yeah. It's same for kids.
Back in the day, Cartoon Network had no problem creating characters that were sexy and also for kids. Again, this is me. This is me doing the back in my day stereotypical old man yells at loud thing.
Oh,
Back in the day,
Dalton,
cartoon characters could be
can
sexy. Go ahead. Sorry.
well, what obviously I mean by that is just like, I'm not saying, it's just, I'm not gonna lie, Elvira does usually come off as just primarily sex appeal, which I'm not faulting. I'm just there.
Did they actually do like a parody of Elvira on an early episode of Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? It was like Grimm's favorite show.
I can't remember, but okay. So yeah, it's it's like an anthology series with the connecting of this character who reads the stories. She's a narrator. Um, she's a ghost of a 19th century Mexican horror writer. Tells the tales with the help of her enchanted book, who is actually like a demon that she fell in love with. And there's a whole tragic story with them, actually. And the movie actually goes a little more into it.
The good old fashioned lore. Excellent.
You can look it up yourself, Don. I think you genuinely find it interesting because it's relatively new. I think it's trying to look when it came out. 2021 was the series, Books of Spooks. It also should be on HBO Max, I believe, or Max, I guess now it's called.
Is it in Spanish? And if it is there a dub?
I think there is a dub because the movie was dubbed. Had
Okay.
a dub, so.
Because I can't both read the subtitles and pay attention to what's going on in a show, so I need dubs. In my defense, though, I literally have optic nerve damage that changes my brain's ability to process visual imagery. So it's not just a laziness thing. I'm not saying it's never a laziness thing, but it is also my brain does not process visual information as quickly as it realistically should because of CP related brain damage bullshit.
So back to Francata. Also, she's supposed to kind of be loosely based off of Mary Shelley. Reason why she is on number 5, obviously, is because she's a relatively new one. I didn't really grow, so I'm not as attached to her as like some of the other ones. But from what I've seen of the show and like clips and stuff, she's just weird, wacky, and genuinely into like the writings and macabre and all that, and it's just generally fun, and it kind of matches my vibe.
So she would be your Morticia, is what you're telling me.
I feel like a lot of women on my listings would be my Morticia, yeah. So.
Someday, if we ever live closer together, I will be your best man at your fucking wedding.
I swear, I swear.
My toast at your wedding will be threatening your wife if she ever breaks your heart or anything.
Hey, Don, to be fair, like I think I've told you before, you are my second choice for best man. I want you to be aware of that. Not trying to be a dick, obviously. I'm just,
Anyway, moving on to my honorable mention before we get to my number 5. My honorable mention, of course, being Leif Helgerson from the Iron Druid Chronicles, because he should have been on my vampire list. He was not. He was originally going to be my number 5, but then I remembered what my original number 1 was going to be, and so I had to kick him off the list. But being that as it may, Leaf is still definitely in the Wood Fang category. So
You mean Wood
so
Fang?
as in Wood Bang, but vampire ergo Fang.
Fuck!
You just got that joke. I literally subtitled my Monster Mash list from Vampire Week that.
No, I just realized I fucking punned. Son of a bitch! Fuck you, Dalton.
As much as I would like to take the credit here, DT also helped to infect you with the pun disease.
Well, also
The pun,
fuck
the
DT too, man. Like, fuck you both. God damn it.
the 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 paradigmatic brainworms have died upon you as much from my influence as DT's. So DT gets part of the credit here. We we
Moving
have
the fuck on. Moving on.
one of us. One of us. Sorry. I cannot make the joke.
Number 5.
But you went backwards, dude.
You're number 5. You didn't. No, that was your honorable mention.
You're showing the Sphinx picture. He's my number 1.
What? No,
Did you not read the list that I sent to you?
God damn it! To be fair, I was speeding. Okay, because you sent it to me late. So
This is
I
also true. Like I said, I sent him the list the first time with Leaf as number 5, and then I remembered what my original number 1 was going to be, and so I had to change it. But
Okay.
we will return to the Sphinx momentarily. But
Sorry.
yeah,
There.
yeah. Erwin Pounder from the Dresden Files, because well, he. For those that don't know, in the Dresden Files, whenever a supernatural entity gets it on with a human, the term they use is a scion, and Erwin is the scion of a human woman and a Bigfoot or Sasquatch, which they refer to in the Dresden Files as forest people. And he becomes a super jacked football player on a college football scholarship. Unfortunately for me, in canon, he falls in love with a would have been White Court vampire, but she doesn't become one because he doesn't die, because forest people have like unstoppable levels of vitality. But being that as it may, yes, he's half Bigfoot, and therefore definitely in the monster category, and definitely in the list of characters that I would not kick out of bed. So yes, he is my number 5. He is adorable, and honestly, I wouldn't even necessarily mind having a threesome with him and his actual canonical girlfriend, but that's neither here nor there. You're number 5, sir. Or you're number 4, sorry. I'm assuming he got called away for bullshit reasons.
Sorry. No, I was looking at something real quick.
Okay. But you're number 4, sir.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Desiree from Danny Phantom.
I'm going to have to bind her, aren't I? when she tries to screw you over with your wish, I'm going to have to bind her.
Well, honestly,
I will
that's the
go
thing.
full King Solomon on her ass.
Okay, Don, I'm gonna be fully honest. Okay, for those who don't know who Desiree is or Danny Phantom, which why the fuck are you here? Uh, uh, from her story, she was a harem girl, which automatically kind of puts her more. That's actually very interesting. I've just now realized that she's of Middle Eastern descent. Huh.
It's taken him 25 years, folks, but he got there in the end.
I'm sorry. I wasn't okay. Sorry, I don't. I didn't know that shit when I was like fucking like 7 or 8 when this TV show came the fuck out.
I'm just busting your balls, as I am contractually obligated to do as one of your best friends in the whole known universe.
Or maybe I don't know if India did that, but
They did, but she is explicitly Middle Eastern because of the whole genie thing. So
right. Okay, fair enough. Um, who was banished from a jealous sultan's wife, even though I don't think historically that would have happened.
it depends on the era and the circumstances. Concubines were relatively normal back in the day, but there were still lines that concubines couldn't cross. So it's it also depends on the particular sultan and the particular like vehemence of the sultan's wife and shit. So yeah,
Anyway,
it depends on the circumstances. We can presume that since this did in fact happen, that this was one of those times where the concubines were more frowned upon than otherwise.
but her story is actually very like tragic, which I'm somewhat. To be fair, I think Danny Phantom had a lot of untapped potential as a series.
So much. I wish they did like a Ben 10 Alien Force style like continuation with a time skip.
Butch Hartman has pitched that idea a few times, like on his own YouTube
He
channel.
has, and a lot of his ideas, at least before he went nuts and became born again Christian, were good. I would have preferred if Sam had specced a little bit more into actual magic because I'm biased like that, and again, kind of going off of the template with Gwen from Ben 10, but it works for Sam's character, so shut the fuck up. Anyway,
Um,
any more information on Desiree that you would like the people to know?
well, well again, her story is actually like kind of very sad. You know, when she died and became more or less effectively a genie
Yeah,
or
I'm
a jinn.
sort of surprised. I'm sort of surprised that Desiree made it on your list and not Ember, because Ember has that whole goth chick vibe I know you like.
She's too easy. I'm gonna be honest.
Fair, fair.
I don't know. Something about this Desiree just really struck with me more than Ember.
To be fair, I think she is more physically attractive. I just know your type well enough to know that under most circumstances, goth girl gives like a +2 to your like romantic preferences under most circumstances.
I mean, I won't argue the fact, but I think with Ember, it's her personality isn't really appealing to me.
They didn't focus enough on her like goth punk aesthetic. I think is another part of the issue. Whereas with Desiree, they made her about as sexy as you can get away with on fucking Nickelodeon. Because her whole thing is being charming and mystique, so that she gets you to make a wish, which she can then, monkey paw the shit out of as per
Right,
the
but my
regulations around genie wishes.
um, thing is, here's the thing. I've even thought about this whenever I get like a genie lamp, right?
Hmm.
Or if I ever come across a gin, I've never really considered ever having wishes. I've never really thought about like that kind of thing myself.
That was going to be my first question of what would you have her give you? Like what would your wish be? But
Nothing. Honestly, I really look. I'll be honest. I'm a guy who never really has wanted anything in my life, except maybe
to
like
an almost to an almost sad degree, actually. As Corrupt and I have frequently remarked when Christmas and his birthday roll around, Brainstormer frankly needs to learn to live a little, which is why I always spoil him or one of the reasons why I always spoil him whenever I can when Christmas comes around, because you need to learn to live a little bit more, a little bit, man.
what? So I think it puts me in an interesting position because I don't really. I'm not a man who has much desire for really anything. So,
Hmm.
uh,
Which honestly, Desiree might end up liking you for, because her whole thing is she's bitter and vindictive because of what happened to her in life, and so she goes actively out of her way to seek out people who want stupid things and then give them the worst possible version of it.
I mean, like, I guess ultimately my desire is boiled down to like just being of use or helpful to people. So,
Which again, she would probably respect you for after a fashion. Also, small fun fact: the voice actress for Desiree is the same actor who played Roz on Frasier. For anyone that remembers that shit, it was a little bit before Brainstormer's time and sphere of interest, so he probably wouldn't remember. But yes, the same voice actor for Desiree also played Roz on Frasier.
trying to think of anything else to say. Can't. Yeah, no, I can't really think of anything. So let me get your thing up.
Yep.
I will be fair. This your number three kind of caught me by surprise. Not so much it's just like it's kind of a deep cut in things.
Mm-hmm. Edward from Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters, which, by the way, is a great movie. Which I rewatched just recently, which is why this was fresh in my mind. Obviously, because it's very appropriate for a Halloween vibe. So yes, but Edward is a giant troll that serves witches, which he very explicitly specifies that trolls serve witches sort of like automatically or genetically, I guess you could say. They're naturally predisposed to serving witches. So like instant romantic victory for me is the headline there. Um yeah, it's basically just that simple. He's a giant hulking troll who is naturally predisposed to serving witches, of which I am one, so win for me. Which is which honestly, the main reason he's as low on the list as he is just because um it's just because we don't get much of his actual character outside of his desire to serve witches. He does seem to prefer serving white witches more than dark witches, as it's specified in the movie. Um, like he seems to be happier serving Gretel, who, spoilers for the movie, is the child of a grand white witch in the course of Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters. But he does sort of begrudgingly serve Muriel, who is the grand dark witch villain of the movie, played by the same actress who gave us Jean Grey in the original X-Men movies. Um, but yeah, he does seem to prefer serving white witches. I don't know, therefore, what he would make of me, because while I'm not explicitly like mustache twirlingly evil in like the classical destroy all good things in life sense, I am also not really a good person, and I don't know if I would consider myself a white witch because I'm definitely very much dark, just not dark and evil are not necessarily synonymous. Ergo, that's kind of the weird middle ground I'm in. But yeah, moving to your number 3, therefore.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. It's an odd one because it's been a while since I've watched anime, so it's not as fresh in my mind.
Hmm.
Give me share screen. There we go. Stealthy Sterlinson from Durara. I think that's how you say it.
Hmm.
It's a very weird anime. Very weird. She is a Doulahan. Doulahan.
Which is weird considering that Story Soulson is Norse, but like the actual person the character is based on is a Norse chronicler, but at least more dual hand representation. So yay.
Yeah. Um, so in this story, she's kind of. It's very long and complicated. I'm not going to get too far into it, but basically, she is in kind of this. She is in a relationship with a mad scientist underground criminal doctor dude in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah, she moved there. Uh, she works as kind of a fixer.
Mm.
And her ghost horse thing turns into a motorcycle because obviously she's working in a more urban environment.
Have you ever watched Overlord?
I am more or less familiar with it, yes, because you also bring it up or smooze over it all the time. So,
You should watch Overlord because I'm 99% sure that either Shoutier or Albedo and probably Nogrul as well would all be in your wheelhouse.
oh no,
Honestly,
I've seen them. I've seen them. They're okay.
honestly, of the three of them, probably Nogrul actually, because I'm reminded of that one scene where Nogrul is BTFOing the like zombified dragon, and she also has the like goth monotone a la like May from Avatar. So
Like,
probably of the three of them, Nogrul is the one you'd like
dude,
best.
they all hate humans. I'm a human to my core. So,
True, true. I mean, I could spell them for you, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm sorry. What?
A binding spell.
No, that's no, dude. That's ew.
Okay, Mister Perfectly Functional Moral Compass.
Sorry, I don't want to compel a woman to fall in love with me by having her be bound to me. That's
To be fair, Ainz ends up rewriting I think Albedo's code several times through the course of the show, so it's not like it's out of place in the setting of Overlord.
okay. I don't work like that, man, at all.
Fair enough. Again, Mister Perfectly Pristine Moral Compass having motherfucker. Anyway, moving on. Unless you
Um,
had more to say.
and I did. She's just very fun, very nice. She can't really talk because so she ends up typing stuff on her phone to people, but she just seems like a nice person to get along with.
Mm,
The head thing is kind of a hit or miss with me, to be fair,
mm.
because I would like to look into the eyes of someone I like, but to be fair, I also have a hard time actually making eye contact. So that's a double-edged sword, I suppose. But
Which honestly, given this character's design and personality and things, I think you guys could almost bond over that aspect. I don't know much about this particular anime, but my guess is that you guys could bond over
it's
that.
super weird. It's super weird, and not like typical anime weird. It's just the story is very like there are multiple stories going on that intersect each other constantly and stuff, and it's hard to keep it like in your head like straight. So,
Mm-hmm.
have you ever seen Bakano?
I have heard of it, and I think I might have seen clips, but I don't think I have ever watched any of it.
I believe it's made by the same people who, or it was like it was made by the same person who did Durara because they have similar art styles and similar ways of telling stories. Anyway, you're number 2.
Yep. Or number 3, rather.
Yeah, you're number. Sorry.
Yeah. Rintrah from the Marvel Comics universe. I mean, it's very similar to Edward in that his species, he he's a minotaur species from another dimension that are all like several dozen feet tall when they're adults, and even their children are like 9 feet tall. And Rintrah goes looking for Doctor Strange in the comics because, despite their immeasurable physical prowess, the Minotaur species that Rintrah is a part of have a high respect for sorcerers and other magic users, which again, yo, uh, it's very much the same mentality as it's the same mentality as Edward, just with even more knowledge and understanding of the character, and therefore would definitely love to have one of my own. Anyway, moving to your number 2 then.
Yeah. Sec. It's a weird one because I feel like it's very niche.
I mean, I've made reference to ASMR channels, so I'm not sure how niche it can be compared to some of my niche
It's a
tastes.
character from a Flash animation from called Zombie with X.
Mm.
Her name is Nefertiti, I believe.
Mm.
Hold on, I'm. Okay, so Nefertiti is a. Well, she's a major character in the Zombie series, which itself is a series of Flash cartoons and comics produced by James Farr, and was actually supposed to be a feature. Was considered or conceived to be a feature film in 1994, and it was but never got traction, and thus I'm giving background obviously before I get into why I like this character. Began releasing. So James Farr began releasing self-created animations of chapters online in 2003, becoming a hit on Newgrounds.
Mm.
And it's actually considered one of the classics for the website, actually.
Mm.
Um, eh, but yeah, she is what is known as a. So yeah, it's obviously in like a zombie world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, there's a zombie plague that's kind of wiped out most life on Earth years for years,
Mm-hmm.
and Nefertiti is known as a variant who has a mummy-like design. I just kind of
Mm-hmm.
see her. Which are like zombies who have like the ability. They're a combination of humans and zombies that are able to talk and be cognitive and stuff. It's
Mm-hmm.
not new by any means. Obviously, it's just design wise and stuff is pretty cool. Um, she's actually a hero in a way in the story. Like she helps the main characters. Um, it's very cool. She also has a pet raptor.
Interesting.
Yeah. But she's very elegant, very confident. Shut up.
I, as per usual, you know what you did. I don't even have to say anything.
I know. Um, but she's got, she's very like, how to put it? She comes off as like cold and very like, she's controlled, like which I kind of at times can see myself.
Poised. Poised might be the word you're looking for.
No, I was relating that to myself. That often I have to be very in control of myself. Usually,
Mm-hmm.
not often I do that, but
Mm-hmm.
um, I don't know. She's just like a badass warrior, undead chick. So it just
Mm-hmm.
takes a lot of boxes for me. Shut the fuck up.
I again, you are entirely doing this to yourself. You are taking friendly fire from your own gun, so to speak. And I didn't intend that to be a dick joke, but it is one now, I guess.
But obviously behind all that, like the cold, calm, collected, she is a person who cares. She has a heart, very sensitive, very thoughtful. So
Uh huh.
okay, you're number two.
Yes.
It's all really image I could find, to be fair.
Hmm. Yeah. Tiny the Gruff from Dresden Files. Uh, actually, the second foremost of the Gruffs in the Dresden Files. For those that need the explainer, Gruffs in Dresden Files are these goat-like humanoid fairy creatures that serve the Summer Queen, and this particular one, Harry passive aggressively labels him tiny because he's 20 feet tall and built like a brick house. Um, I believe he weighs between 5 and 7 tons is the metric. Um, and he's 20 feet tall, but he has the same like old world sort of courtly manners of the high-ranking Fae in Dresden Files. So literal knight in shining army or knight in shining armor the size of a small kaiju. So this really, really is not that hard to put together. Um, Granted, he's summer and I am very much winter, so if anything, that almost adds to the mystique because of the whole star-crossed lovers from two different courts thing. Um, so yeah, if anything, the sort of tragic we're on opposite sides of the Fey politics thing would almost add to the mystique for me. And yeah, it's just everything about this character is adorable, and he would be perfect even with the aforesaid "I am very much winter, he is very much summer" thing. And yes, he would probably break me, but as I have frequently iterated, that is not a bug, that is a feature. Anyway, moving on to your number one, sir.
Okay, there we go. So, hold on. Hmm. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Emily Miramac from The Corpse Bride.
I am not surprised. I'm honestly surprised we didn't see her in the Frankenstein.
She,
Although it's a, I guess it is a significant difference that she's not like reanimated by anyone's intention. She just happens to be reanimated because I believe his name is Victor, Johnny Depp's character in Corpse Bride, just kind of accidentally fucks himself into agreeing to marry her without intending to because he was practicing in the forest.
mhm. Um, I get she goes on kind of a whole thing of basically finding self love and acceptance and able to move on, realize she doesn't need the love of another, or in the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is totally fine, but um, her story is very tragic, and she deserved to have found someone that did love her truly.
Uh-huh.
Not saying I could have been the one, but uh, again, she's like, it's that whole thing of like, to be fair, she's very extroverted, from what I remember,
Mm-hmm.
and given who I am and how I work, it's kind of better to have the opposite as your partner. So,
Mm-hmm. And the part of you that wants to be able to heal someone is actually thinking that you can help her heal from all that trauma.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Just given my own personal views, I would not drink the poisoned wine so that I could be with her. Although I guess in a way, if I took the place of Victor, I would see the realm of the dead but even still, I am worried.
I mean, luckily for you, you happen to know a guy who would probably complete her resurrection instead of forcing you to join her in the realm of the dead. So, solution.
Fair enough. And plus, I mean, Land of the Dead in Corpse Bride does seem kind of my jam as a place.
Probably not as cool as the one from Book of Life or the one from Coco, but yeah, it is. It's the kind of place that you wouldn't necessarily mind spending an eternity if you had to. Although that reminds me, why in the fuck isn't Santa Muerte on? Never mind. Next year.
Well, to be fair, I've had her before on other like lists we've done.
This is also
But
true.
also, she's a goddess in a way, so I don't really think it counts.
And you'd have to deal with the jealous bullshit of Sebulba doing Sebulba things to you if you got with her. So there's that.
All right. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to really say about Emily other than she's just fantastic. So,
Mm-hmm.
all right. Give me a
And
second.
my number one, we've already kind of seen already, but like I said, we would be revisiting it through the course of the top five. So, the Sphinx of Black Quartz from the channel Bear Boss, which has changed its name like 5 or 6 times now. But uh, for as of recording this, the channel is called Bear Boss. Um, long story short, I've basically been fascinated by the concept of having a sphinx as like a familiar ever since I read J.C. Wildbow McCrae's Pact for the first time. And this particular sphinx, in addition to all the qualities that I do like about sphinxes, as per Pact, is also filling my himbo box. So, and possibly filling other things in relation to said fixation that I'm pitched. But that's neither here nor there. The premise of the audio is essentially this sphinx was bound to guard an ancient treasure that gives immortality to the person who wins it, and um, anyone who defeats the Sphinx riddles winds up having or winds up taking all the other treasures in the temple, which includes the Sphinx. So by defeating him as per the rules of the audio, you win him too, and this particular Sphinx is a Flordy himbo of a Sphinx. So ideal familiar plus ideal himbo territory, and thus is why he's my number one. And I I I revisit this audio a lot because he's just absolutely perfect. So yeah, that's why he's my number one. Moving on to the next topic.
Yep. So like I said, we're mainly just gonna cover like the videos we didn't get to do. Oh, no, actually, shit. Hold on, let me get a. Dracula pitches and stuff.
Right, because we didn't get to do it last week.
Yeah, hold on. I want to get an image for us.
Or was it the week before that we did vampires? I forget.
It was the week before because last week we did werewolves.
Yeah, last week was wolf whistling week, but on fish.
Okay.
Wolf whistling is like a synonym for cat calling. Is the joke there?
Hold on. Sorry. Why it's so hard to find a good image. Okay, there we go. Nope. I mean, you want to start talking? I'll find an image eventually. Like I assume you have some good.
I do. I did come up with something kind of interesting for my pitch as to how to do a vampire movie. Unless you want to flip the coin.
I'm being honest. I'm busy doing this, trying to find a good image.
Okay, so I will start then. My sort of interesting innovation on the stereotypical like vampire Dracula movie is I would actually make Bram Stoker the main character of this particular movie and cut between the events of the original Dracula novel and the events in Bram Stoker's life that led to him producing it, which, yes, would go into the fact that Bram Stoker was a member in good standing of of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, along with folks like William Butler Yeats, Aleister Crowley, and Samuel MacGregor Mathers. So I would cut between Bram Stoker doing his like pseudo occult and pseudo mythological research for Dracula and the actual events of the novel, and I would actually twist it at the end so that Bram ends up doing interviews with the people in the novel while he is finishing writing the novel. So kind of play an interesting sort of Mott and Bailey thing where you think you're just getting Bram Stoker doing research for the novel, but in actuality, what you're getting is A, nods to proper occultism by way of his connection to the Golden Dawn and his actual vampire research, but also the way that the novel is written, like most Victorian novels, is supposed to be like the recounting of a folk tale, and in particular in Dracula's case, it's meant to evoke the style of essentially someone's collected letters during the events of the supernatural incident. It's essentially the Victorian equivalent of a found footage movie. So I would have the like occult background of Bram Stoker and more esoteric his more esoteric background informing the novel, as well as seeing the events of the novel in conjunction. I do the kind of switching back and as much as I hate the like switching back and forth timeline thing of most movies, I think in this particular case it would be an interesting juxtaposition because you'd see Bram Stoker doing the research for his vampires and his Dracula, and then you would see the parts of the novel that research pertained to. So you'd kind of be getting an insider look at not only Dracula, and the making and like particulars thereof, but you'd also be getting an acknowledgement of Bram Stoker actually kind of was, in some extent, something resembling like a real Van Helsing or something Van Helsing adjacent.
Yeah, they
And
actually
I
were real monster hunters.
yeah, and I think and I think that would be that would be a really interesting look because most people, if they know the novel, do know that Bram Stoker did research, but very few people actually focus on the fact that Bram Stoker was an actual magical practitioner and a member in good standing of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, while he was also knee deep in a research rabbit hole for Romanian vampire folklore, which of course created the most quintessential vampire novel of the last 200 years.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yep. And that's kind of similar to what they tried to do with Charles Dickens a little bit ago with a movie called The Man Who Invented Christmas, although I don't think the movie they actually made lives up to that title very much, but mine kind of definitely would. I'm not sure what I would call it though. I think I would just call it Dracula. Like I would just call it Dracula as though it were a normal Dracula adaptation, and then cut between Bram Stoker and his occult stuff, and Bram Stoker doing the vampire research, and then that vampire research actually coming up in the novel. And obviously, I try to do as faithful to the novel an adaptation of like there are very faithful adaptations of Dracula, and as far as like modern versions, the version that frequently gets called Bram Stoker's Dracula, the one with Gary Oldman as Dracula, does a good job, but I think we could do better. And I think getting kind of an insider's guide to Dracula, like that might actually be an interesting title for it. An insider's guide to Dracula would be maybe an interesting title. Or maybe meet in the middle and say like Dracula an insider's guide. Yeah, that might actually be really cool. Anyway, what's your take on the old vampire standby, the Rainstormer?
Oh, that is, as you know my like type of like movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, like, there have been movies like that,
Mm.
so it's a bit tough. I do want to kind of.
Out of curiosity, what do you think of my sort of take on it?
It's good. It's very okay. You might hate me if I say this, but it's
Proceed.
very art housey. Yeah,
I mean, that's not the way I would present it, but I can see why the like foundational premise seems that way.
it's good though. It's
Yeah,
fascinating and interesting, and I
yeah.
dig it.
I would almost frame it like a occult detective story. Like think in terms of like the Ninth Gate or Angel Heart or the First Power, but with Bram Stoker in the same role as Dean Corto from the Ninth Gate. Or like a yeah, it or another analogy would be something equivalent to like um the Tom Hanks Robert Langdon movies, Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons and that.
Right,
Or something kind of like the National Treasure series
right.
ish.
Uh, God, how would I do this? That's Okay, if I'm sticking with my usual tricks of doing like kind of action horror or horror action,
Yeah.
funny enough, hmm, I mean, the last voyage of the Demeter, like the movie, that's actually a good one. I like that movie.
I it, the only problem with that movie is it only does the Demeter part. I wish we could have seen a whole Dracula story, a whole adaptation of Dracula in that same style. I think that would probably be something like my version of Dracula that I just outlined when we were doing the novel bits. Um, Obviously, like I say, when we're doing Bram Stoker's bits, it's like a cross between The Ninth Gate and Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. But when we're doing the actual novel segments, I think my version would be stuck halfway between The Last Voyage of the Demeter and the version that frequently gets called Bram Stoker's Dracula, although I usually think of it as Gary Oldman's Dracula. So yeah, I kind of try to meet in the middle when adapting the novel bits um, between the style of Last Voyage of the Demeter and the style of Gary Oldman Dracula.
But okay, the way I would want to do it, yeah, no, yeah, this could work. So this would take place. Okay, kind of following off the most recent big budget vampire movie that came out.
Nosferatu?
No, Sinners.
Oh, okay. That makes that makes more sense.
Uh, what I was gonna say was okay, doing a kind of a time period piece.
Mhm.
Uh,
And and obviously, I shouldn't have to say this, but obviously, mine would be a period piece, both in the Bram Stoker section
right.
and in the novel section. But like I say, the Bram Stoker bit would be Ninth Gate plus Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, and the novel bits would be
Hey,
halfway between Gary Oldman's version and Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Dalton,
Yeah,
can I?
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you had anything else. Okay.
I, I, ju-
Um,
I just get fired up. You know how I am. Sorry.
I do. Um, so I'm stuck between two ideas here. I'll pitch them both. So the first
And
one,
then I'll poke them and probably combine them somehow, as this usually happens.
I don't know if that would work for these two. I mean, time wise, they are relatively close to each other, but I feel like the tone
Mm-hmm.
doesn't really work.
Mm.
So one is set during kind of the Wild West period,
Okay.
probably the Gold Rush era in
Okay.
in the Wild West. I would have to do some research to see if there are like American vampires or like something of equivalence. I'm sure there is.
If you mean like Native American, the closest would probably be like Skinwalker Wendigo, somewhere in there. If you mean like European American settlers, I know there are some. I just don't know any examples
Anyway,
off the top
there's
of my head.
okay. All right, General. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Uh, he's catching up. Um, well, okay. I'm not gonna lie. The initial idea was that there was a vampire, an old vampire that was shipped here some time ago, and was buried in an area like in the middle of nowhere, never meant to be found. Right?
Hmm.
Found by like some prospectors. Because again, this would
Right.
be take place in the gold rush.
Right.
Gets freed and start causing trouble. Let's say, well, maybe this could work. Well, okay, depending on what time in the gold rush. Let's skip the old west part, but in like the gold rush era, because I believe. Hold on, when did the gold rush happen?
They're relatively concordant. The Old West version and the Gold Rush are sort of nested within one another. Um,
Uh,
something you could do if you wanted, since this would obviously be in what is now
oh,
California if we're doing
actually, no. Hey,
Gold Rush.
hold on. So the gold rush actually took place like about roughly 10. Well, it ended 10 years before the end of the Civil War, and
Yeah.
that the Old West came after the Civil War or the Wild West. So, although there are actually some other huh, gold rushes, but the California gold rush, which would kind of be it. Although I kind of wanted to have it set in what would technically be Nevada, but I would have to look into the history of Nevada.
Hmm.
But the idea I was thinking of was that is a vampire king from old Europe, or an old vampire noble that was subdued, encased, and shipped off to the New World so that it would not be a problem to the Europeans anymore, and buried in what at the time, like if it's still considered the New World, which would have also been
Mhm.
kind of before the American colonies, would have been buried in like the middle of nowhere, you know?
Right. Something else you could do if you wanted is make it a like Mayan Aztec vampire
Well, they had, eh,
that the conquistadors subdued.
yeah, actually, yeah, that actually could be interesting, and that does actually tie into my roots a little bit more.
I wasn't quite going quite that overtly racist, but yes, I suppose it does.
What, what about it's racist? I was just pointing out that I personally could look into it more because I have a vested interest in making sure there's a proper representation of it.
Right. You can't honestly tell me you weren't about to raise the racist card.
No, not everything's
I'm
offensive.
slightly I'm slightly disappointed in you.
Not everything's offensive, man. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on writing a story here.
Anyway, so go on.
Okay,
Having tweaked the premise slightly
okay,
again.
yeah. Aztec vampire. I wouldn't say he was considered a god per se, but some type of high priest or something for the Aztecs or Mayans, depending. Um,
You could essentially do like a Tarantino style vampire revenge movie.
does till dawn.
Like a
It's already been done.
like yeah, but like a Mayan or Aztec priest that wakes up and finds that the European colonizers TM have won and goes on a tantrum about it.
There have been movies like that and stuff, but yeah, some similar to that. And okay, if we're still going Gold Rush here, kind of,
Hmm.
he was maybe he was a vampire that was that was Mayan or Aztec, pending on the area. Well, if it's in California, roughly by the Mexico border, might depending on how far north it is, maybe Aztec.
If you wanted to like fully embrace this and make it some kind of god, you could go, and yes, I'm borrowing this from Constantine City of Demons, but Mictlantecuhtli.
That's the god of the underworld, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Im
but
im im imagine Mictlantecuhtli though, like wakes up in obviously 1800s or thereabouts and finds out that the Europeans are still looking for gold, because that was one of the original impetuses for the Spanish when they were conquering the Mayans and the Aztecs, was they wanted gold. So imagine how salty he would be. These fucking Europeans and
well,
their
okay. To be fair, this
obsession
sounds
with
more
gold.
like okay. To be fair, like I don't know if it has to be a vampire per se, because other like the South America, they were actually mummies and stuff.
Right.
Uh, so this could also be a mummy story as well. So which
Which again,
grave robbing
if
stuff actually.
yeah, if you're looking for if you're willing to play with Mictlantecuhtli, obviously the Mayans and Aztec gods did regularly want for blood sacrifices and shit, so you can still do the like blood drinking thing.
Yeah, yeah, that could be interesting. And then I was also considering that. Well, I'll be honest. This might be the better idea than the one I had. The other one I had, which was revolve around a vampire stalking the trenches of World War I.
That could also be interesting. I'm not like I personally would just say do them both and have them take place in like the same universe. But
Well, okay. You
that's
also
just
remember
me.
that pitch for I wanted to do for like a werewolf movie, which that's why that one I was considering. Those two were kind of in the similar vein or universe.
Hmm. But like if this like Gold Rush movie ended up being successful, you could do the World War one as like a sequel set in the
I feel
same
like that had to be a
universe.
different that would have to be a different vampire though.
Right, obviously, but like a sequel in the same universe that doesn't necessarily focus on the same main character is what I mean. Like, so it doesn't have to be the same vampire. It can just be a similar setup in the same universe.
Right. Well, okay, and the reason why I'm doing World War I because well, it's easy to do World War II because there's a lot of
It's been done to death and undeath repeatedly.
yeah. Plus, I don't think it would be as easy for a vampire to feed as it would be in in like the battlefields of World War I.
Unless it was like an old German vampire that treated treated concentration camps as like an abattoir. Like
Funny fact. I actually learned about this. The vampires in World of Darkness actually tried to do that in World War II.
yeah, because it's literally like a assembly line for food to a vampire.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what Carmilla and her sisters were doing in Castlevania if they had been successful. Just an open air breeding pen for livestock, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
It's what they also should have done with Castlevania Nocturne and the Reign of Terror, because again, it's
But
yeah.
the reason why also why I'm thinking of like the trenches in because I've actually seen like some games and stuff do it. Is like the World War One setting. It's also full of like a lot of horrors that happened, and you add a vampire, which like specifically at night when like everything is like quiet and dark and stuff, and like people are
And
kind
the
of just on,
only light is like the bombs exploding. Yeah.
and more than likely all the soldiers that have been there, even like gone through it like hell, like especially if you have it set in like a no man's land kind of area and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I, I'm pi-
It's
I'm
just like,
picture I'm picturing a scene where like the vampire is walking across the no man's land, kind of like Wonder Woman did in her first movie, but the bombs are going off as he's going, and so you can only see him when the flash of the bomb explosion lights him up, and like every time another bomb goes off, he's like several like quarters of a mile closer to the obvious victim that would have to be the main character, just to
I'm
just
also
to like
thinking, okay, so I'm also
visually
considering
empathize visually emphasize vampire speed and shit,
right,
and
but
how.
I'm also considering this and like some of the early, maybe even this more earlier or something.
Mhm,
Given more likely, if we have like people that have been in the trenches for long enough, they're going to be shell shocked, obviously.
mhm,
And I just like the picture of like some of the earliest scenes we see of a vampire are
mhm.
he's feeding on some of the corpses because they left corpses in those trenches at times when it got really bad. Like they couldn't move them.
Although, just an idea here. What if that's how they beat him in this movie? Because maybe I'm borrowing a little bit from Supernatural here, but I've seen the same trope elsewhere of like dead man's blood is poison to vampires. So maybe that's how they beat
Or
him
at the
instead
very
of
least, look, the whole idea was like someone thinks they're having like some type of PTSD or shell shock vision of a man eating
hallucination.
another,
Yeah.
like ripping a man's throat out.
But
When it's
no,
actually
it's
just,
literal.
yeah, it's just a vampire feeding off a guy.
Yeah. For you, this is war. For me, this is shopping.
It's a bit modern.
Well, yeah, but like for 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 you, this is warfare. For me, this is grocery shopping or something along those
Again,
lines.
Don, I think the way you're saying that is just it doesn't fit appropriately for the time period.
I mean, they did have grocery stores in the like 1910s, dude.
No, I know. I'm just like I don't know. It just doesn't sound right. Like the I feel like there are slangs and terms that mean. Granted, it's a vampire show.
Similar thing, but how would we put that? Like, no, not
I don't know if
harvesting. This
buffets existed at that time. Well, no, I don't think they would because
there's got to be a word that means something equivalent. It's not harvesting, it's not butchering. What the fuck would it be called? It's not harvesting, it's not butchering. There is a word for it and it's just not coming to my brain. Like when a farmer takes the fattened pig and takes it to the shed and
okay.
butchers it.
What if it's to you? This is war. To me, it's a feast.
That doesn't quite sound right. There's got to be a
And look,
word,
if we
and
have
we're
our
just
fixating on here, we're gonna be here for all night.
yeah,
Okay.
but yeah. This is gonna come to us like at some point during the week, and we're both gonna slap ourselves for not thinking of it out there.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm honestly thinking, God, what is that? There's like a sort of horror movie, like war movie set in World War One. It's not horror, but it comes across that way because it depicts war as it is.
Yeah,
Uh,
as hell
All
on earth.
Quiet on the Western Front is what I'm thinking of.
Hmm. Hmm.
With honestly, I will say Nosferatu kind of elements as well.
Yeah.
next question is: do we want him to look human or be more?
I think start out looking human, get more and more like monstrous as he gains strength, probably.
Okay, and I was just thinking of this as we were going through this. Do you maybe we could pitch like some of the other ones we haven't really gotten to yet either?
I think I've got it.
So hold
For
on.
you, for you, this is war. For me, this is herding livestock.
Hmm.
Or maybe shepherding livestock?
It. I think it's there.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I was just thinking of this like, and we could also just to kind of build out some more time here. Pitch some like of the other like monsters we haven't really covered yet.
Okay, we did werewolves,
Frankenstein.
we just did vampires, we did Frankenstein.
I got the mummy picture up here. Which actually, what you brought up earlier did make me think of something with like the
Mhm.
ties to the Aztec Mayan. Well, the South American actually, I believe, was more so where they had the uh, mummies.
Inca mummies.
Yeah, and I believe conquistadors were there also. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, taking the gold and everything. And I'm just thinking of this is like an older like from earlier Peruvian Inca uh, history, like a priest, high priest, someone of that nature, or maybe even like a king that was mummified.
Mhm.
Wait, did they have kings, or was it another term?
Uh, it's been a while since I looked up the Inca. I know they had some kind of equivalent. I just don't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing Drain Trolls comment as he's keep trying to catch up to us. He's still in our Graveyard Smash.
Mhm.
I believe he said Rainstormer. Well, it's spelled bot, but I assume he means not into bondage. Confirmed. Uh, it's return you pitching like controlling uh um
The girls from Overlord.
yes.
He probably is. It just has to be consensual bondage.
Yes. That mind control shit, I don't fuck with that, man. That's no. No. But back to the
Fancy pants, perfect moral compass over here.
yeah, sorry I'm a decent human being.
Makes everything so stupidly complicated.
Says the guy who doesn't want a fucking love potion.
I want to see if I can do it first the vanilla way before resorting to bullshit.
Okay. Then don't give me shit. Okay?
It, yeah, right, but for me, it's less a moral consideration and more of a like personal pride thing.
Okay. Here's also my thing. You meant to control them for them to basically kind of like me. Is
Hmm.
did that do they like me for me because they want to like me, or are they compelled to like me? Is that
Again, to be fair, Ainz's like first act once Overlord starts is to rewrite um Albedo to like him. So we don't really get a chance to see what her personality was like before the rewrite happens. But if it's fair game, it's fair game as far as I'm concerned.
But back to the mummy thing. Yeah, it would obviously be very much a period piece set in that time, and this guy comes back because they're stealing all the gold of his people.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually, now I think about it, maybe instead of it being the king, what if it's the guy who made all like the gold coins and stuff instead?
I'm not sure there was a specific job for minting in Incan
Well, you think
society.
there would be, given the fact that.
You'd think. I just don't know if there was one off the top of my head.
Well, okay, if even if there, okay, as much as I hate doing this, I think it would be necessary for this because I think it would be interesting. It somewhat wouldn't make sense that there wouldn't be a job for that. Um,
Again, I just have to look it up. I don't know. I can't say with confidence that there wasn't a job position like that. I just don't know the particulars of it off the top of my head.
but either way, when the conquistadors are taking the gold, that king or mentor or whatever, uh, oh no, yeah, Incas were master metal workers who crafted intricate artifacts, jewelry, and temple decorations from the gold.
Right, but did they have a specific job for it, or was it just a thing that all the slaves did?
Um, okay, they didn't mint it as currency.
Hmm.
Religious and ceremonial. Okay, okay, so yeah, we could go like the priest or whatever. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Stealing it returns to punish those that have defiled their holy places.
Yeah, like in Tarantino revenge movie, except the person seeking revenge is a mummy.
Yeah. What about you?
What would I do with a mummy? That is that is a good question because I I'm not I'm not sure because like probably this is a weird poll, but I'd probably do an adaptation of like the story of Osiris's death and the like resurrection via Isis and that kind like I think I just adapted a story from Egyptian mythology at that point. I adapt the story of Osiris being portrayed by Set and then Set being challenged by Osiris. I'm not sure it would really qualify as a horror movie at that point though. It'd be like something akin to like an Egyptian Game of Thrones almost is more what it would probably end up being. Or like Gods of Egypt would have been if Gods of Egypt wasn't a complete another shite of a movie.
Okay. We got two more pitch things to do. This is I'm thinking about it, and because I mean, if that's all we got from them, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
okay, Crucial the Black Lagoon. I assume you just do
I
shit water, right?
yeah, I don't think I could improve on I don't think I could improve on Shape of Water except for maybe emphasizing the like tribal god aspect more because they do talk about him being a like worshipped as a tribal god um in Shape of Water. They just don't focus a whole lot on it. But I I think that would be my innovation, and it would honestly end up kind of being like, what if Shape of Water was crossed with Pan's Labyrinth? 'Cause you like see it from the we'd see it from the perspective of the tribe that worshipped him. So you get to see him acting in his role as like an animistic tribal deity. Then, you know, the like paramilitary fuckers come in there, um, take him down, and then things go Shape of Water word thereafter. But I think by more closely emphasizing that this is, for all intents and purposes, like a greater elemental or animistic tribal deity, focusing on that aspect and getting to see it from like that quasi-religious like dark fantasy aspect, and then moving into like a Shape of Water territory. I think that would be my only real innovation, which would again kind of be like crossing um, Pan's Labyrinth with Shape of Water, with the exception of instead of the little girl being the point of view character in Pan's Labyrinth, it would be like a devout worshiper of this particular tribal deity. The only question is I don't know how we could get the like tribal shaman main character from the like tribal setting to the more industrialized, like lockdown military Area 51 style setting. I guess if they like use him as a translator or interpreter, that could work. And then we could get like parallels between the creatures suffering while it's being experimented on, you know, ET style. Um, and the suffering of the like quiet desperation of this shaman who has to play the like translator game and has to let himself become westernized so he can get in to where they're keeping his god and let his god free.
Um,
So I guess I lied before. I can see a few ways where my unique perspective might actually add some layers to something like Shape of Water, but Shape of Water meets Pan's Labyrinth would definitely be the template.
yeah, it's a bit difficult because yeah, Shape Water
There's
is
a
a
little
good.
bit of Solomon Kane actually thrown in. Like if you not the movie Solomon Kane, but anyone who's actually read the Robert E. Howard pulp pulp short stories for Solomon Kane, you know, kind of that blend of sort of cryptozoology with tribal magic, with kind of the Puritan perspective of a Solomon Kane somewhere in there. And it'd be a juxtaposition between like the down to earth tribal magic of the worshippers of this deity with the like 1950s post industrial like space age levels of technology kind of thing.
Okay, I might have something.
Hmm.
So, because I try to have some basis in real world stuff
Right.
often when I write this.
Hmm.
So I
Which
just
is
looked
where
this up.
you usually use me as a research resource for. Well,
Yes. Um, so so I just looked this up because I was trying to think of an interesting place to put the setting.
hmm
So Japan.
Okay.
with the Japanese mermaids, or Ningyo, which are hideous fish-like beings with human-like upper torso, but with ugly, deformed face and sharp claws. Often considered otherworldly nightmares. And the legends, I'm just doing the skimmed version here on Google.
Mm-hmm.
It said the legends of the flesh of a Nigio is sometimes said to grant eternal life if eaten, but catching one is a sign of impending disaster. So, because the idea I'm thinking of, while it is a period piece as well, but
Mm-hmm.
it's set in Japan, specifically either Nagasaki or Okinawa,
Mm-hmm.
in the mid 1940s, following the perspective of a fisherman who's spent his whole life, well, his whole family has spent their life trying to prove the existence of them.
Question: would you want to do this in live action, or would you do like a Miyazaki style anime on it, or like, you know what I'm saying? Studio Ghibli-ized it.
I could go either way, but in my head, I'm picturing live action.
Because I don't simp for animation quite as hard as DT does, but I think in this particular case, doing it like Miyazaki style would make quite a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, that already kind of exists in the form of Spirited Away because of what Haku actually is. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Spirited Away.
Right.
But
Um.
it would be quite different, I guess.
Right, but so, like I said, it's set in the 1940s in Japan, either Nagasaki or Okinawa. I'm sure you can guess where I'm going with this, given what it just said about if you even catch one, it's a sign of some impending doom. So, by the end of that movie, we have. I don't want to say.
May I add a layer here?
Yeah.
Given the size of the holy fucking shit this went nuclear, literally, disaster impending here, what if it's not just any old one of these, but like the queen or like the eldest of these creatures? Which would explain why the disaster that follows is proportionately so fucking much larger than or actually no. Maybe it's because my brain is thinking in like Miyazaki terms. What if it's two of these? One that is the queen of them and one that is like their princess to be. So it's a mother and daughter thing. And one of them is in Hiroshima, the other is in Nagasaki. Kind of like if Spirited Away was crossed with Grave of the Fireflies, kind of.
Yeah. I was thinking Grave of the Fireflies, but yeah, like that whole thing there.
Mm-hmm.
God, these are super interesting ideas.
Just so you're aware, folks, this kind of back and forth that we've done here and there, like, this is what we do every Thursday. We basically poke at each other's, like, ideas in the larval stage until they become these big, grand, fucking emotionally moving epics. Every fucking time. It happens every fucking time.
Okay.
And I love it.
All right, let's do this last pitch session, and then we can move on to some of the videos.
Yeah.
Okay. Invisible Man.
What would I do with the Invisible Man? hasn't already been done.
I kind of have one.
Yeah, you can go first then while I'm thinking of this.
Okay, general idea, because sticking in mind with all my ideas of like them being period pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, I really have a period piece kick going on.
I do. To be fair, I do the same shit because there's so much potential in like period style, and Hollywood just has a style problem in general. They do not
Well,
know
okay,
how
I
to
think also
fucking
the issue
evoke
is
style.
I think also the issue is like in terms of modern day, there's a lot less likely chance. I'm not saying people aren't stupid enough to wind up in basically horror movie scenarios these days. Because I mean,
But
look at a lot of those, like,
everybody is like cabin in the woods style cynical about horror movies because we've all seen 1,001 horror movies, and we all at least in theory know better, and we wouldn't make a lot of those stupid I mean, the classic trope is the don't go in there trope of like everyone in the audience is screaming to the victim of the horror movie, don't fucking do that incredibly stupid and obviously avoidable thing you're doing,
mhm.
but they do it anyway. So
Yeah.
that, not to mention, there's a lot less like mystique in the modern world, just because everybody, like, to a Zoomer or a Gen Alpha, everything boils back down to your phone or your iPad or your whatever the fuck, and people like that just don't make good protagonists. God damn it, because they're so fucking like shallow. Unless what you're doing is like a creepypasta style thing or like Unfriended or something.
Okay,
Unless you can make the social media internet addicted bullshit work in the story, it makes for shitty protagonists.
ahem.
Sorry.
Gen Z, right here.
Yes, but you yourself frequently point out that you hate your own generation and that you're a very atypical Gen Zer.
Fair enough.
Just like
Anyway,
just like I frequently go on about how much I hate millennials and being one. So obviously we are the several orders of magnitude exceptions to most stereotypes. But
okay.
the average millennial that is like addicted to their, or the average Zoomer or Gen Alpha that is addicted to their fucking smartphone makes for a very shitty horror movie protagonist unless you're doing like a creepypasta style like online culture meme thing
I
as
mean,
the premise of the
no,
horror
no,
movie.
I'm gonna be honest. Even when they've done those creepypasta movies or like some
Yeah,
related
a
to,
lot of them are shit too. So even
well, I think
when they
that's also
have
the
the premise
issue
working for them,
is
it's
I
already
think with
shit.
those are like the issues of most of the time they don't understand the actual
Yeah,
uh
it, it it's those movies are very frequently made by a like old Gen Xer or young boomer going, "How do you do, fellow kids? I also can make a movie based on the internet culture."
like okay, yeah, never mind. Anyway, back to Invisible Man pitch. Mine
Mhm.
would be set during the Cold War, like either probably early 60s.
Interesting.
Well, Invisible Man, spy stuff, it just kind of makes sense.
It does after a fashion. I think I figured out the route I would go if I did it, and mine is significantly different, but we will wait until it's my turn. Go ahead.
Well, it's. I mean, I would start with. Okay, so it is a. Okay, like, so it's Man from Uncle meets like H.G. Wells' Invisible Man. Well, mixed with a little bit of Hollow Man. If anyone's ever seen that movie,
Yeah,
it's actually not a bad. Actually, it's not. It's actually not a bad movie.
mixed with like the 1950s version of War of the Worlds, probably a little bit too.
Eh, I don't know about that. That's a bit.
You probably also haven't seen that one, so my bad.
Well, I think War of the Worlds isn't really substantial here. To be fair.
Mm. I was just thinking in terms of like the atomic age like scientifying of everything kind of trope.
But American spy agent given a serum to become invisible permanent. At first, they think it's supposed to be, temporary,
Mm-hmm.
but uh, yeah, but as it goes on, and he's a good agent. He's a patriot. He's supposed to be a patriot. Granted, as the years have gone on, or as the Cold War goes on, it does seem like things are dragged out, and it isn't as black and white as he's wanted to believe as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, it becomes known that the serum that he's given to become invisible has the adverse side. It's permanent. Like he cannot be seen again. He cannot.
Mm-hmm.
And the twist is he is offered a cure by the Soviets or a Soviet scientist who was working on something very similar before he had his research stolen by American spies.
Mm-hmm.
And thus, this invisible man, secret spy, becomes a turncoat, basically. And thus is being hunted
Mm-hmm.
by the U.S. and, well, let's just say a big three-letter agency that was active a lot during the Cold War.
Hmm. Hoover.
No, that's FBI.
Right. But yeah.
Um,
Someday there needs to be a movie about just how much of a terrible fucking person J. Edgar Hoover is.
um, and honestly, it kind of can play a lot. I haven't seen it as much as I probably should to make this comparison. But if anyone's ever seen the show The Americans, which are about like Russian sleeper agents in America during the Cold War, something similar to that, like in terms of tone and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, the only fantastical element is the invisible man. Everything else is very much ground. I know you're gonna hate this and how I say it, but very grounded, very like um, gritty, dark, all that, as like a spy thriller, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying there can't be other elements, but I think the major selling point is the juxtaposition between the actual invisible man being put into this kind of scenario that basically real actual spies have had to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I also kind of want to leave it like with an ambiguous ending of like in like kind of a final battle, like ambush or something. The doctor dies and like the lab he's working in is destroyed, but they're unsure.
The formula remains a potential active thing.
Well, no, they're unsure if the Invisible Man is actually dead.
Because, well, his whole thing is to go unseen, ergo, it's kind of hard to keep tabs on him, lol.
And he's a spy, so he would know how to fake his death either way. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I think that would be my Invisible Man kind of movie.
Okay, my version. This just winds up being us playing to our types as per usual. But my version is also going to be a period piece, but set in the Gilded Age. So like the the period between the First and Second World War. And there's actually going to be two invisible men in my version, because the protagonist of the story is going to be an antiques dealer who finds the Ring of Gyges, which, for those that don't know, is an ancient Greek magical ring that is said to give a person invisibility. And the villain of the piece is going to be a person who finds the cursed ring of Fafnir from the Norse sagas that is slowly, obviously, going to be driving him insane. So you've got one guy who has the ring of Gyges, and you've got the other guy with the ring of Fafnir. And the ring of Fafnir possessor is going to obviously use his ring to indulge in all the destructive hedonistic things that you would think someone gifted with invisibility and therefore no consequences would do with the would to do with invisibility, and of course the ring itself being cursed by Fafnir is going to slowly be driving him more and more, hedonistically, animalistically insane, while the main character, the protagonist, is going to be trying to track down this other um this other guy, and he's going to be trying to use his invisibility to counter the other guy's invisibility, more or less. Tone and like aesthetic wise, think about think of it as like a cross between the movie To Cast a Deadly Spell and Big Trouble in Little China. Again, set during like the Gilded Age. So like you'll see the guy who possesses the Ring of Fafnir, the guy who possesses the Ring of Fafnir using his powers to like gain all the power, all the wealth, all the money that the Gilded Age has to offer, which is a stupid amount of money. That's why it's called the Gilded Age in the fucking first place. And meanwhile, our nominated protagonist is going to be a humble, like again, antiques dealer, scholar type who doesn't even necessarily have anything particular in mind for his ring when he finds it. He's mostly just interested in having found it. But of course, he finds out that the Ring of Fafnir um, falls into the hands of. I'm half tempted to make it like a um, 1920s robber baron type, just to like emphasize the parallel. And again, it's a pulp action fantasy movie with one guy possessing the Ring of Gyges and the other guy possessing the Ring of Fafnir, and them essentially duking it out and trying to thwart and challenge each other. And obviously, the main goal of the good guy is going to be make the other guy's crimes visible enough, or at least capable of being tied to him enough, that he can't just do whatever he wants and murder people indiscriminately. Which, by the way, yes, the Ring of Fafnir would slowly but surely turn um, the billionaire's hedonistic indulgence into destructive, I can do whatever I want, murderous rage. And I might even, in the finale, in the third act, have it also slowly be turning him into a dragon, because, of course, those that don't know, Fafnir was a dwarf who had the power to turn into a dragon. So I sort of almost want to play it like another good contribution would be The Mask. Jim Carrey's The Mask, or Son of the Mask, for those that know that franchise. Yeah, it'd be a cross between To Cast a Deadly Spell, um, Big Trouble in Little China, and a little bit of The Mask thrown in as well.
Alright.
And I might even to like make the power scaling even, while the Ring of Fafnir is slowly turning the billionaire dude into a literal dragon. um, as the protagonist gains more mastery over the Ring of Gyges, it gives him powers kind of equivalent to Hermes. So not just invisibility, but also kind of flight or teleportation sort of thing, which would also make for really interesting action scenes, obviously. But yeah, that would I think be my take on the Invisible Man.
I almost want to go back and repitch my version of Frankenstein and kind of connect with like all my other versions of like which are basically like war movies with monsters.
Mm.
And you got the werewolves basically fighting in Desert Storm. You got the World War II vampire. Oh, and by the way, I did see that comment, Giant Troll. He pitched the line the vampire will say.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fine word you have for this war, a slaughter. How fitting for livestock.
Yeah, no, that's neat. Good for you, DT.
Yeah. Mummy, I don't know if that technically counts as like a war movie, more or less, but
Out of curiosity, what do you think of my take on the Invisible Man?
it's very on brand for you.
Yeah, well, like I said when you started doing yours, all we're really doing is kind of taking the base concept and putting it in our respective idiosyncrasies.
Um,
But damned if they don't. But damned if they don't work that way.
yeah, actually, there was like a long time ago when I was a kid, or no, middle school. I'd come up with an idea for a story revolving around a Frankenstein creature. Well, uh, Frankenstein's Frankenstein's creature. Um,
Actually, before you do start describing that, I want to add another layer to my Invisible Man because I just thought of how I would describe um my protagonist in the Invisible Man story, which is think like a Woody Allen character crossed with Mr. Bemis from Mr. Bemis from Time Enough. Was it was it Bemis in Time Enough at Last? Was that his name? Because I know they used Bemis or Beavis a couple of different times in the Twilight Zone. But yeah, that kind of character. Plus, speaking of Mr. Beavis from another episode of Twilight Zone, that kind of semi-bumbling, introverted, eccentric, again, Woody Allen vibes is the vibes I would give for my main character.
oh, it's a
Anyway, go ahead. You can go ahead now. Sorry.
okay. Um, yeah, this was a. Well, actually, no, it wasn't for Frankenstein. It was more for Bigfoot. It was a whole thing, uh,
Hmm.
but I am thinking something else. Okay, Vietnam War with like okay, start the movie with following a team of soldiers doing a patrol in Vietnam, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're all young. Well, again, it's kind of supposed to be like a typical Band of Brothers thing, right? All that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden, tragedy strikes. They're getting, you know, basically they all die before the opening credits. Violent.
Ah, and then we get the here's what happened several weeks ago or whatever the fuck
No.
time skip.
They're the bodies that will compose the Frankenstein monster.
Ah, okay, interesting.
So basically, these guys, like this, the base they were on, like the American base, was like kind of a one of those like not top secret, but like a CIA sort of black ops.
Experimental Black Ops bullshit.
Yeah, and they basically had signed waivers that they would be, if they were to be killed in action at any point during their tours, that their bodies were up to
And
be
so
used.
we're gonna make a super soldier.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it is basically like Lucky, Private Lucky from Creech Commandos, like the original version from like
Mm-hmm.
the 40s, like Real War Tales.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, he's, and there's whatever deeper means you can provide from that, but basically, like, he's fashioned from the bodies and parts of like a team of soldiers, and whatever that entails, while he is being forced to be a weapon, while he's also trying to understand his existence and his purpose and
Again,
what.
kind of playing with Adam's original sort of duality of I was created to be this creature, and yet they want to make I could have been the perfect being, but they made me into a monster instead, kind of thing.
Yeah, and again, like, you can pull a lot more deeper meaning from that, like, since it is set in Vietnam, and like what that all entails and stuff. And
And the feudal nature of the feudal self-destructive nature of war, etc., and so on, and doing things because you could rather than because you should or because you thought it through, etc.
actually, you know what? Actually, it would be interesting. Not even Vietnam, but the Korean conflict, because that's never talked about much.
This
Um,
is also true.
because I believe it's also considered, it's been known to be the Forgotten War.
True. Although, if you wanted to stick with the Vietnam thing, I just thought of something that would be really cool for you to play with. What if the reason that the US eventually gave up is actually the super soldier fucking with them? Like that's the happy ending of the movie. Rather than being their perfect weapon, he is actually the one man army that makes the US war machine buckle and head for home because he just he undermines their efforts so severely that he and he alone is the reason why they ended up leaving and
I
giving
don't think
them.
this movie would get made because Hollywood has it would not allow real, like, uh true, honest depiction of the.
Yeah, none of these movies would be made because Hollywood are a bunch of moronic cretins. But in a better world somewhere, they exist.
Okay, I thought it was going in a different direction. You realize the government betrayed him while experiencing so many horrors of war. He just has his villain arc completed and starts murking people. Okay, for the Invisible Man, that was.
I think you may be projecting some of your own feelings on human nature there, DT. DT has a lot of DT has a lot of humanity is the lowest common denominator presuppositions in his framework. I'm not even saying that's a bad idea. I'm just it's kind of like with me and Brainstormer because I know you well enough. I know I know some of your worldview sneaking in there, just like I can spot it with Brainstormer or I can spot it with myself. Because in some sense, the stories we make are, I guess, reflective of not in the identitarian sense, but in the worldview sense. They are somewhat reflective of the sorts of stories that we like to tell and find ourselves telling. and all of them are infinitely more interesting jutsu than whatever the fuck Hollywood is doing at any given moment in today's day and age.
I do also want to point this out. Since we will do a review of Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein the week after it comes out, because it's not coming out on Netflix until the 7th of November.
Which, okay, to be fair, Samhain doesn't typically end, like, if we're going by the old school calendar, until, like, mid-November. So, like, the normal cutoff for, like, a modern calendar would be, like, November the 11th. So, like, we can still do more Halloween weeks if we want to until around that time. I don't see why we don't. I don't see why that would be a problem if we can find enough Halloween related shit to fill a few more weeks, which I don't foresee we'd have a problem with.
All right, shall we?
Yep. On to the videos.
I was just gonna do 2, for time's sake.
And if we do decide to keep the decide to keep the terror times rolling, we can of course revisit more in the coming weeks.
Yeah. All right. So this one Dawn wanted us to cover. The Renegade cut of I, Frankenstein.
I really want to watch the Invisible Man movie I just pitched. I know this is egotistical of me, but I really, really fucking want to watch it now. Fuck.
I feel like we gotta do more movie pitches on the podcast.
Yeah, it's just sort of the question of the foundational. We should definitely do this again when Christmas rolls around, because our takes on Christmas movies would be interesting, I think.
I might have a few already in my head now. Now that you've put that in my head.
Yep. And
Right.
that, again, this is the kind of shit we do every Thursday, folks. It's like a fucking narrative assembly line.
Okay, he's still catching up. Drangela asks, wasn't Fafnir permanently a gigantic serpent, not able to access dragon mode and turn it off?
No, he was able to turn it on and off. He just didn't like to turn it off because bitch, I'm a dragon is always going to be a power move. Yeah, he definitely was able to turn it on and off. He just decided not to because partially because the wealth drove him insane, as per, dragon hoarding instinct, but also because bitch, I'm a dragon will always be a power move.
Alright. So Candy Corn or Jack-o'-lantern?
Jack-o'-lantern.
Maybe I should have skipped the intro now that I think about it.
Possibly, but at least nobody can accuse us of being dishonest.
Mm-hmm. Jack-o'-lantern?
Jack-o'-lanterns.
I, Frankenstein is a 2014 action film written and directed by Stuart Beattie. It is based on a graphic novel, which is based on the real novel. It is also an abomination of a film. The worst of I, Frankenstein...
Okay, small, pedantic, I'm being incredibly, autistically pedantic even by my standards. I don't like the implication of a graphic novel versus a real novel. because that is incredibly like trivializing and insulting to graphic novels. Them being in graphic format in no way invalidates them as being real novels or real creative works. They're different types of novels than the old standbys of, prose novels, but especially given that most like Victorian novels of the kind of Frankenstein and Sherlock Holmes and Dracula and so on, given that most of what we would now think of as the like Victorian literary canon started as like like shorts in newspapers, I don't think those people who think that graphic novels are in some way inferior art have much of a leg to stand on, because literary novels started exactly the same way as comics did, as short segments in newspapers. So if y'all, and I'm not saying that Leon, especially not when he was, making this, because this video is a couple years old back. This is from back when he was still on the That Guy with the Glasses Channel Awesome website. I'm not saying that Leon meant that as a diss to graphic novels, but there are people with more media literacy than they have sense, quote unquote, media literacy, quote unquote, than they have sense, who definitely do think that one of these is a real novel and the other is something for children or babies or whatever the fuck. So just in case any of those media literacy snobs find this video and want to argue with me about this, no, graphic novels are just as real as literary novels. They're just different formats, you pompous cunts. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Okay. Angela wasn't protecting my view of humanity, hardship, especially war and killing, changing combined with betrayal or being used like a tool. That is a dangerous recipe.
It is. It just doesn't necessarily have to wind up with the grimdark ending. That's what I meant when I said you might be projecting your worldview slightly. The way you phrased it was his villain arc is already complete because of the aforesaid. So that's where I was going. Oh, DT's being DT again, and again, not a diss, just a I know you well enough to know where your worldview's fingerprints uh come in and what they look like, in the same way as I can with myself or I can with Brainstormer, because I've known you both for a very long time. I've known Brainstormer for slightly longer than I've known you, DT, but I've known you both for a very long time, and all of us have spent many hours going back and forth on philosophical topics. So I know where the DT isms are in the same way I know where the Brainstormer isms are, or where I can spot, oh, I'm being me again, when things like that happen. Anyway, moving along. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Frankenstein can't be told simply by explaining the insipid plot, boring characters, and basic structural failings of the film. That would take about 4 minutes tops, and this web series is usually not about making fun of bad movies. It's not hard to say I Frankenstein is awful. The name alone should be an indicator. So this shall not resemble a review, because that would...
Okay. I feel like that's a low shot for this guy.
Yeah, given that I believe I Frankenstein is literally what the graphic novel is called.
Yeah.
I now feel less bad about the detour we just took, where I went to bat for the literary merits of graphic novels. And incidentally, Leon,
this out. Depending
go
on,
ahead.
You got a character in DC called I Vampire as well.
not to mention The Living Mummy, not to mention Werewolf by Night, which I think there's also a Vampire by Night, Nina Price. So like,
But my point being is that while the name, yes, I will agree. On just by itself, the name sounds a bit odd.
mhm.
It's not too. It's only as stupid as you're willing to believe it is. If you're willing
Yeah,
to allow it to have some dramatic weight to it, and whatever content is giving context given to the title, then
yeah.
it has.
If you want to sneer and gloat, the material is there to sneer and gloat. But if you're willing to meet the concept halfway and take it on something resembling its own terms, you'll realize that that gloating and sneering is probably a projection of your own ego. Which is why I was about to say, incidentally, I gave Leon a little bit of credit, or in this case, passed Leon a little bit of credit by saying that I didn't think he was poo-pooing the very concept of graphic novels. I now retract that good faith that I was operating in a little bit, because it appears to have been premature, and that Leon is actually poo-pooing the concept of graphic novels.
I
In
mean, look,
which
I'm not gonna
case,
lie.
fuck yeah, yeah. In which case, fuck him entirely for all
Okay,
the reasons that I already covered while I was sidebarring a bit ago.
right. I'm also gonna point this out. I don't think he's. Like, I think we can all agree that I Frankenstein is not the best.
It could have been much better than it ended up being.
Because I believe the
Unfortunately,
comic was actually written by the guy who helped create Underworld, which I like. I know you don't personally like that much, Dalton, but the guy's written comics before, and somehow I feel like it was lost in translation. To be fair,
yeah. As per the usual maneuver, a lot of what made the comic
okay, you know what?
interesting, or
As we get the video, we're gonna try and rewrite this movie a bit. Hey, I'm gonna play a little bit. I'm gonna play the next 20 seconds, and I'm gonna disappear for a few minutes. So you're gonna have to keep people entertained while I'm gone.
yep,
Okay,
jack o' lanterns.
jack o' lanterns.
Not properly explain what's genuinely rotten about this picture. What's truly terrible about I, Frankenstein is that it is the ultimate culmination of multiple negative trends in Hollywood, as if a bunch of bad ideas that are commonly overused in spite of being obviously bad got together and tried to be the worst that they can possibly be, like a bunch of solo acts.
Okay, I don't. While there is certainly an argument to be made there, I don't specifically know what bad ideas he is thinking of when he says bad ideas. I would, broadly speaking, agree that there were a lot of bad ideas in the making of I, Frankenstein that did handicap the story and did, I assume, probably get lost in the original translation of the comics. Um, but given that he has yet to enumerate what he thinks those problems are, I can't really argue with whether or not the things he thinks are bad are the reasons why the actual Frankenstein is bad. We will presumably get more detail as we go through. Um, that's not even Leon's fault. It's just a flaw in the YouTube algorithm requires us to stop something every 20 seconds to add commentary so as to abide by the fair use rules and everything. And this was obviously originally a long form video. Granted, I feel like he could have been more concise in this instance, but I'm not even going to ding him there. I'm not even going to call technical foul on that, because what we just heard right there was a good old fashioned YouTube reviewosphere rant about something being stupid. And frankly, I miss the days when I miss the days when we could do that unironically. So I'm not going to ding him for ranting. A, because I also rant like a motherfucker, because I never did grow ashamed of the YouTube reviewer spear style of content. And I regularly still do these kind of rants, so I'm not even going to ding him for it. It just happens to be inconvenient when you have to stop the video you're responding to every 20 seconds, otherwise YouTube's fair use algorithm will show up and fucking ding you. So yeah, it's just bad luck all the way around. And I assume I will probably agree with at least some of Leon's criticisms of what's wrong with I, Frankenstein, because the problems with the movie themselves are quite obvious to anyone who watches movies regularly. That being said, because it's Leon and he likes to bring art house literary theory bullshit in places where it probably isn't warranted, at least some of his reasoning is probably going to be flawed or foul, so we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Hoping that Brainstormer will be back relatively soon, but in the interim I will check the comments because we can at least fill the dead air with checking the comments. Okay, so DT is officially caught up. Well done, DT. Yes, possibly that is the reason. He could feel the like temporal shockwaves of you coming back, and was like, "No, I must get out of here." Well, but yes, now we are waiting for Brainstorm to come back and hoping that there will be something worth discussing in the comments until he does come back. I'm not sure how long it's going to take him to get thee back here, but we will amuse ourselves in the interim, I suppose. Oh, who is this guy again? This is Leon Thomas, the host and proprietor of the channel Renegade Cut. He was a contributor to That Guy with the Glasses, aka Channel Awesome, until round about 2015, 2016. Or actually, no, I think it was more like 2017, 2018, when the Change the Channel scandal happened, which was essentially like the internet reviewer equivalent of Me Too. It's like, which that whole thing is a whole thing in and of itself. But unfortunately, it's not really relevant to this particular video because this video was made back when he was still on Channel Awesome, I do believe. But after Me Tooing the shit out of what was once That Guy with the Glasses, aka Channel Awesome, Leon and several of the other reviewers of That Guy with the Glasses or Channel Awesome fame went down the ideologically possessed rabbit hole. And Leon is one of the darkest examples of same. He's gone almost full political commentator at this point, and almost full like Antifa style political commentator at that. Like he just.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. Anyway, so we did end up filling the dead air until Brainstormer came back. Good.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I was watching.
But jack-o'-lanterns.
I'm always watching, by the way.
I know.
I also, while in time, I made sure to look up what the actual graphic novel was about, and we can get into that as we go through this video. Just
Yeah.
okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
That formed a supergroup of wrong. In order to understand this incredible failure of a frequently adapted character, let's look back at the source material as well as previous adaptations. Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, is a 19th century novel by Mary Shelley. It tells the tale of a scientist who creates a new man from the parts of corpses.
Okay, so I want to point this out. It's kind of a shame no one uses that other title for a movie, honestly.
Yeah, especially because when you read it with the subtitle, it becomes very, very, very starkly obvious to anyone that isn't maliciously avoiding looking at what's right in front of their face that Victor is the villain of the novel, not the creature he makes. You absolute morons.
Thank you, Drantro. I
Yeah,
can't. I
break that.
love. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Like he said a really good quote from one of my favorite movies, and I can't do the voice. I want to do it though, but I can't do the voice.
Oh, the Roz from
Monsters Inc.
Monsters Inc. I'm always watching you, Wazowski.
Yeah,
Always
I don't have that. I
watching.
cannot get my voice that low.
Well, good thing I'm here. And my voice is plenty nasally enough as it is that I don't even have to go that far out of my normal vocal range.
But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh yeah, the thing that literally everyone overlooks that would be much more obvious if they kept the full title. Victor is the villain of the piece, and his hubris and his egotism and so forth, and his short-sightedness. If anything, Adam, which yes, I'm running with the fan, what is essentially one of the oldest pieces of fan canon in the history of literature. Adam is the victim of his father's arrogance and hubris and short-sightedness. And yes, he also becomes, in a significant sense, a monster because when you create a being from like the best raw materials possible, if you still prevent this creature from ever experiencing the love of another human being or ever edifying his many talents, especially if you actively shun, shame, and decry him as a monster, you're going to wind up turning him into a. It's like something I mentioned earlier in a completely different context that I won't go into because private reasons. But it's like something I mentioned to Brainstorm earlier. The old adage of the axe forgets, but the tree remembers. That's basically the subtitle of the entire novel. Is Victor Frankenstein, in his arrogant hubris, humanism for the win, scientific revolution at all costs, bullshit, creates he attempts to create a perfect being, but because of said short-sighted playing God egotism bullshit, he fails to understand that he actually succeeded because he fails to understand that even if you create a perfect being in its raw materials, that perfect being can still go very, very wrong in the head if you don't act like a nurturing, caring, stable father figure.
Right. I'm also gonna say this. I genuinely think Edward Scissorhands is a Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, I think he counts. he definitely counts, and he's also a very good example of what if Victor hadn't been a complete and utter short-sighted wanker for the ages and actually had cared about his son.
Mm. Um. Moving on, or
Yeah, moving on. Jack-o'-lanterns.
to this day, I have no idea who made the art. This like iconic art of like this depiction of Frankenstein's monster, like the illustrated, like scene.
Um, it looks vaguely like Arthur. No, it's not Arthur Rackham's work. It's the other guy who was an illustrator around the same time. Gustave Doré. It does look very much like a Gustave Doré work.
Hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was someone else because I might just be being a dumbass, but it does at least superficially resemble Gustave Doré's work. And he definitely would have illustrated something akin to Mary Shelley's Frankenstein back in the day. He might have been too old by then and in fact he might be dead. I don't know Gustave Doré's biography well enough to know when he died or in fact when he was born in the first place. Things to look up on the internet later, or maybe now if Brainstormer can get to it. But it looks at least superficially like Gustave Doré, but I might just be being a pretentious twat.
Yeah, it's just like one of
More
those
so
art
than
pieces.
usual.
It's
Anyway,
just like one of those art pieces when everyone's like trying to visually depict Frankenstein, like scenes from Frankenstein. I see this kind of stuff, where he doesn't have the nose.
right. Like I said, it does at least superficially resemble Gustave Doré's work, but I might be being a dumbass.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
The story feels so ingrained in our minds that explaining the basic plot a second ago seemed entirely unnecessary. But those who have only witnessed the film adaptations and have never read the novel may be surprised to learn that there are notable differences. For one, in the novel, the method in which Dr. Victor Frankenstein uses to create life is never explicitly stated.
This is true. There
I
can
do
be
think it's
no
heavily
particular
implied. I do
argument with
think,
this.
although I believe it is somewhat heavily implied to be alchemical.
Well, we know that the folk tale Mary Shelley took inspiration from was that of an alchemist creating a homunculus. Um, we also further know, to defend the pop culture conception a little bit, we know that the scientific miracles of electricity was very much in vogue when Mary Shelley was growing up. And we know, for example, that she did go to um, lectures at universities where medical doctors would demonstrate what would happen when you channel electricity into a corpse, and she could see that, for example, sometimes when they did it, you could get a corpse to seem as though it was sitting up because of the way rigor mortis works and the way that electroconvulsive like muscle spasms work. So even though yes, the lightning strike or electricity motif is something more drawn from the Boris Karloff 1930s version than it is from the original novel, it's also not entirely wrong of um the 1930s version to have done that because we again do know that the like surgical intersection of corpses and electricity was very much in like intellectual fashion or intellectual vogue when Mary Shelley was coming up, and we know for a fact that she did actually attend several um, lectures and talks and symposii from prominent medical doctors of the day. where that was potentially a fixture. So while, yes, it's left ambiguous in the novel, and it does definitely take from alchemical sources, because that was the original folktale that Mary Shelley took a large amount of her inspiration from, it's also worth noting that using electricity probably is not the most tone-deaf or stupid things they could have done in the 1930s version and all other subsequent versions that take
Also,
inspiration from it.
I believe there's some correlation between like lightning and given the ideas of Victor, who is man, trying to be God by creating life. By using
the theological sort of metaphor of, God's hurling lightning bolts does work. And there was very recently, as far as when the novel was being written, the story of Benjamin Franklin, who was literally in several newspapers throughout Europe and several periodicals throughout Europe, referred to as the American Prometheus, because he was the guy who tamed lightning and took the bolt from the heavens. So even that may have been circulating in Mary Shelley's mind when she was writing Frankenstein. To be fair, it may also be a massive coincidence, but again, we happen to know that Mary Shelley loved the scientific revolution, Enlightenment era humanist zeitgeist, and was very fascinated with surgical science and chemistry and things from around the time she would have been growing up. And it wouldn't have been that long ago in historical terms. There would have been people still alive who would have known Benjamin Franklin personally. So it may be a massive coincidence, or it may be Mary Shelley being a little bit of a fangirl for the humanist scientific revolution and plucking a term from something that, again, would have been in relatively recent memory, historically speaking.
All right. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lantern.
Frankenstein says that he must never reveal the secrets of the experiment. In almost every famous adaptation, including the 1931 classic, electricity plays a key role. But this was an invention of Hollywood, and it took away from the mystery of creation.
That's fair. That is fair. But as I just outlined, it's not the most whole cloth fabricated thing they could have done, and it's not entirely stupid, considering that again, to tie together the two things that I just kind of brought up, the electricity humanist science thing and the Benjamin Franklin being seen as the modern Prometheus for having tamed lightning thing. The mysteries of what electricity actually is and how it works were very much at the forefront of research at the time. So electricity being involved, while not explicitly stated in the novel, it's a non-stupid ass pull to pull if you must pull a detail from your ass. There's a lot you could have done a lot more stupid things with a lot less grounding than pulling electricity. Anyway, you were saying, Brainstorm. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, I disappeared real quick because I thought you'd go on longer.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, but not sorry to have surpassed your expectations of me. Lol.
I mean, I do. I agree. I disagree. I mean, I get your point, and I'm not going to deny that. I think, yeah, it makes sense. But when Leon says it takes away from the mystique, I don't agree with that. I think that's a bit much.
Yeah, I don't think ignorance is necessary for it to still be wondrous or still be fantastical. Hell, I'm an occultist. I'm a practicing practitioner of occult magic, and that does sometimes include alchemy. And I still to this day adore the many mysteries of the occult sciences. I've studied them for 19 years, and I will probably go to my grave studying them, and they're still just as miraculous to me now as they were the first day I ever opened um the magical text, which I could go into more detail on, but it really depends on what you consider a magical text. Like, I think the first thing that inspired me to at least look into the concept of esoteric philosophy and esoteric magic as a field of study was actually the book Wizardology from the Ology series. But if you mean in terms of what was the first actual magic book I ever read, that would be Good Magic by Marina Medici. That was my first magic book proper. Um,
Mhm.
and but yeah, I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to keep something ambiguous or keep something. You don't have to make the audience explicitly ignorant of how something works for it to be marvelous or miraculous or magical. I, of course, am kind of hardline on the fact that frankly, if we're going to be using concepts like esotericism and occultism in movies and shit, we almost have a duty to explain how magic works so that people don't remain as ignorant of it. But then again, I'm the sort of person who wishes that we studied the occult sciences right along with the natural sciences in fucking elementary school, so I realize that I'm in the minority there. But basic magic competency will not kill anyone and will in fact probably save a lot of people from a lot of things. At least from the stupid based on a true story horror movie scenarios. Womp.
Okay. Uh,
Jack-o'-lanterns.
well, yeah. Let me. Well, actually, I wanna read what Dragon Trolls regarding your explanation on how it all works, and like the lightning and everything.
Mm-hmm.
For an ass pull, it's a very pullable ass.
It is. And
So
phrasing,
I think
yes.
it's all.
No, I got the joke. I just wanted to straight man deadpan it for a second before doing the obvious obligatory Archer phrasing thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, Juggalos.
Yeah, jack-o'-lanterns.
For another, the monster could speak very well in the novel, even though most incarnations of the creature have him barely able to think or speak properly. Here's a
Oh
quote
yeah,
from the
no,
monster from the novel. I do know that for the sympathy of one living being, I would make peace with all. I have love in me the likes of which you can scarcely imagine, and rage the likes of which you would not believe. If I cannot satisfy the one, I will indulge the other.
Yep, I mean I've made no secret that this is not only is he correct, and I'm not even going to try and argue with him here, but good good choice of quote there, Leon, because this is by far my favorite quote in the entire fucking novel. If I got tattoos, which I don't think I ever will, unless it's to honor my queen or any other metaphysical entity I happen to be working with, But if I ever got tattoos, this is one of those things that I would probably get tattooed somewhere on me. I probably will never get a tattoo, but if I got tattoos, this quote would be up at the top of the list of things I would get tattooed onto me.
Okay, General, I really hate the fetishization of mystery some people have, that all the best things must only be given enough detail to prompt wonder, and even IRL. The world becomes worse the more you know of it.
Yeah, like there's no intellectual rigor to wonder. Nothing is wondrous to these people
Hold
because
on,
of the things you know about it,
hold on.
instead of in spite of them.
Happens most often with Don't Show the Monster, with soft magic systems next, but it comes in the backstory slash characterization, world building, even plot sometimes. I don't get tattoos, but when I do, it's a Frankenstein monster.
In all seriousness, though, this is not only is it one of the best quotes in all of literature, and yes, I'm going that far, but it's something that I find deeply, deeply relatable and applicable to my own feelings on things. So, like, yeah, no, this is a top tier quote of all of literature and one of the most correct and formative quotes I think I've ever heard in terms of things that I relate to.
All right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like when sometimes they leave up to interpretation for the readers, but I think the thing is, for me as a writer myself, I like to have the answers for myself so I can better and properly like if the mystery is there, but there's still something more that can be discovered. That's one thing. But if it's only the mystery, then that's
I think the best way of putting this is don't be M Night Shyamalan, because while there are really good M Night Shyamalan movies and premises and stuff, the Eastrail 177 trilogy I genuinely think is a great trilogy. Most of the time, the main selling point of an M Night Shyamalan movie is almost exclusively and to the detriment of everything else, the mystery. And
Mhm.
to kind of paraphrase what DT said, the fetishization of ignorance and ambiguity for their own sake is is outright like anti-intellectualism, and it not only that, but it's existentially wrong-headed. You shouldn't you shouldn't fall into embittered nihilism because you know how all the metaphorical tricks work. If anything, like a properly ordered mind, and maybe again, maybe I'm being biased here, but like I was explaining when I was, giving my personal 2 cents, if your mind is properly ordered and you're not naturally just predisposed to embittered nihilism, learning things should make you feel more inclined to find them wonderful or miraculous or wondrous. Not less. I think there's something inherently nihilistic about the fetishization of ambiguity and ignorance that that we really do need to drill down and pluck out, because it's a pernicious form of anti-intellectualism and a refusal to believe that some things are actually meaningfully worthwhile on their own terms and don't make the world a worse place for having known them or experienced them. Moving on though. Jack
all right.
O'Lantern.
Sorry, Joanne said something good here. Yeah, I can agree with that. Like my philosophy on unreliable narrator, you need to know what the truth is and filter the story through the perspective of the source, not just use it as a last excuse like what GW likes to do. I
Yeah,
think it's
go
sorry.
ahead.
I think it's more about a combination of your brain can come up with things better than any author could and tailored towards you, and just missing that childhood wonder back when the world worked by fluffy bunny magic to them, and they can just marvel at what mysteries lay behind the curtain.
Well, yeah, that's another good way of that's another good way of that's another good way of putting it. And honestly, speaking of pernicious nihilism here, there's a pernicious nihilism in the fact that many authors not only consider that kind of fetishization of ignorance and ambiguity to be better than in universe explanations just inherently, but also use it as just an excuse to be lazy, rather than challenge themselves to try and do something as good as someone's unfettered imagination can come up with. They just go, I shouldn't have to do the work. The audience should do it for me because I can't be arsed. And that's some bullshit.
Anyway,
It's, yeah,
sorry. I
jack-o'-lanterns.
Here's a quote from the monster in the classic film. Err. Traditionally, film adaptations of the novel have dumbed down the monster, and not dumbed down as in make this poetic, eloquent creature more on the level of the average or below average person to make him more relatable. No. Dumbed down as in dumb. Genuinely dumb. It's always perplexing, even frustrating to those who enjoy the novel. The monster from the vast majority of film adaptations bears little resemblance to the thoughtful.
okay.
Yeah,
Hold on. Can I?
go ahead.
Well, first off, they're showing examples like one, the the monster or creature from Van Helsing, who was very articulate, although they um, who was very articulate and very just captivating, I would say. And then they're
Yeah,
showing the one from Monster Squad. It's been a while since I've seen Monster Squad, so anyone who's seen it more than I have could. But from what I gather, he again most of the time the the way he's bringing it up is, I mean I agree, but the thing is, oftentimes they show them like just as they're born, which often more often than not they do have that very childlike mind because they were literally just born in a
yeah.
sense.
That being said, I agree with them. This happens way fucking.
Wait, oh
It's
yes,
a
I agree.
it's a trope that needs to die and not be revived via lightning or otherwise. But tish.
Fair. I'm just pointing out that I do think uh,
It's more nuanced than just that binary. But yeah, no, it is, especially when this video was made in, like, I want to say 2017. This was still this was still more often than not the case. So I'm not going to deduct points from Leon's score just because it is slightly more nuanced than that.
mhm. Anyway,
Jack-o'-lanterns.
yeah.
Character from the novel. The book has been overshadowed by the imagery of the black and white film, and because of this, subsequent adaptations have used this lumbering, stupid creature as their model for how Frankenstein's monster should talk and behave. Someone long ago made the decision that the monster would be scarier for the 1930s audiences if he were more, well, monstrous, and
Again, I honestly take no I
Wait,
honestly take no uh I take no umbrage with this. He's correct. It's He's correct, and it's insufferable. Um because again, it also contributes to the lack of understanding of the novel and the lack of understanding of the creature in general. You still sometimes get boomers saying that that Frankenstein's monster is the antagonist and that Victor is the protagonist. And again, for anyone who has read the novel or even an adaptation of the novel like a Great Illustrated Classics, Victor is the villain. It's there in the title. It's called the Modern Prometheus because it's supposed to evoke the idea of someone reaching above their station and stealing something that is uniquely divine from the gods or God in this case. So, yeah, no. Even the title of the original novel specifies that if you should be horrified by anyone in the novel, you should be horrified by Victor. If anything, the monstrous behavior of Adam when he's shunned and literally given no other option is kind of a judgment of Victor's own hubris and a punishment for Victor's own arrogance. So yeah, Victor has always been the bad guy of the novel, and Adam has always been, at best, or rather at worst, the karmic punishment of nature itself rebelling against Victor's arrogance and punishing him for said arrogance, or or the victim of Victor's malicious lack of fucking giving a shit about his son. Moving on.
But I was gonna say I never got that from the original movie. He was just simple and a child that didn't know any better, but like some of the acts he committed.
Yeah, but so is Adam in the novel. He just happens to be a child who can articulate himself very well because he's a super genius.
I know. I'm just saying. Like,
Right.
like
I'm just pointing out that you don't have to have him act like a 2-year-old to have him
what I
be
hold on. No, that's not what I'm saying. What Leon said on the fact that someone thought it would be scarier if he act. Hold on. Let me roll it back so you can hear what he said. That's what I'm having issue with.
Mhm.
Creature as their model for how Frankenstein's monster should talk and behave. Someone long ago made the decision that the monster would be scarier for the 1930s audiences if he were more, well, monstrous, and the idea stuck, supplanting the monster from the source material completely. Since then,
Okay. See, that monstrous. I never got that 1939 Frankenstein's monster was monstrous, really, ever.
To be fair, I think he's right in that that's probably what the directors and writers of the movie were thinking. You have to keep in mind that the standards for horror were a lot more vanilla back then. Most of the early horror movies, the Universal horror movies or the Vincent Price movies or the Hammer horror movies, by modern day standards would be horror comedies, just because post the 70s and 80s, there was a lot less what's the word is escaping my brain, camp to horror movies and the visceral horror thing, which honestly kind of probably began with The Exorcist if we're just going by the major milestones of the genre. Yeah, by 1930s standards, the monster was actually meant to be horrifying and monstrous. It's just that early horror movies, by modern standards, would at best be like horror comedy thrillers than they would be horror movies as we would understand them.
Again, I'm just like, even so, I still don't think the monster came off as monstrous or terrifying. Like
I would. I would
as
agree. Go ahead.
by context of what I mean is he never struck me as malevolent, which I'm not sure if that was the intent of what Leon was saying, but that's how I usually, obviously how that correlates with monstrous. Again, he never seemed malevolent or cruel for the sake of cruelty in the movie.
I would. I would agree with you after a fashion, but I don't think he means malicious when he says monstrous. I think he means grotesque and unstoppable when he says monstrous.
Okay.
And to defend him, I would agree with you more, but I've spoken to boomers who are old enough to have been exposed to 1930s Frankenstein at a young age, and they think of him as a monster. So even if you or I don't pick that up, I think for the boomer generation and the like parents or the grandparents of the boomer generation, it was meant to be monstrous. It's just that the standards of the horror genre have moved such, and the standards of like media in general have moved such that we can actually see more nuance in the 1930s version than the target audience of the 1930s version would have. Which is a damn shame because when it's being nuanced like that, it's closer to the novel than the pop culture version. But that's a hill we've already died on and been revived several times. But I'm pitch.
Okay, I don't know.
Everything from Van Helsing to The Monster Squad has used the film version of the monster as its template, and not the original literary version. A notable exception to this was the 1994 film adaptation of Frankenstein, starring a much more talkative Robert De Niro. But the movie.
Leon, I agree with your point more generally, but you explicitly made a wrong example there. Van Helsing was very much closer to the novel than the 1940s version. Aesthetically, maybe if you squint, there's some Frankenstein 1930 in there, but character-wise, they were a lot closer to the novel than they were to the 30s version. Like, I agree with your point in general, but you made a very specific error when you brought up Van Helsing because Van Helsing is a lot closer to the novel than it is to the 30s version, with everything, with the possible exception of aesthetics. So you are right in general, you are wrong in particulars in that instance. Brainstormer.
Sorry,
I assume you had to step away again.
no, I think I blacked out there for a second.
Okay, are you okay?
No, I'm just, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I am thinking of how I would do I Frankenstein because he has not gotten to the fucking point of I Frankenstein.
To be fair, I don't think he's unnecessarily rambling this time.
No,
I
I
think it's
don't
the
think that
longer
either.
format.
I would. It's just a thing about like you're talking about I Frankenstein. It would just seem more.
I think he's setting up the background so that his critique of the actual movie will hit firmer. I think.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it feels a bit dragged on in
To
some
be fair,
places.
this video is from like I want to say 2017-ish, so it might have been a difference in the way internet reviews were done back then. Anyway, jack-o'-lanterns.
Yeah.
The movie was so bad and so poorly structured that most choose to ignore it or even forget about it altogether.
I will have revenge. Frankenstein!
Another exception is I, Frankenstein, which got exactly one thing right. The monster should think and reason and speak.
I don't really.
Yeah,
I
I actually.
mean,
Sorry.
it might be overstating it a little to say it's the only thing they got right, but
So,
broadly speaking, I agree.
so funny enough, I actually came across some clips of the 1994's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein movie by Kenneth
hmm
Branagh.
hmm
It actually looks really good from what I've seen of
Mhm.
it. So I don't know why people have trashed it. Uh,
I I don't really know one way or the other. I do know there was a really good mini series done once that was like a made for TV mini series one that was a much closer adaptation of the novel.
um, yeah, Dragon Troll. Okay, hold on. Okay. Was it long enough ago to associate being a freak with being a bad person, with being not human? Sort of like the Middle Ages idea that virtues and vices were coordinated, and that if you had some without the other, then short of maybe a Tiny Tim type only handmade morality and faith, was something grotesque or deformed in their mind.
Yeah, the physiognomy parallels thing of if you're ugly, that must relate to your inner soul, and if you're pretty, it must mean that you're dignified somehow.
Also, yes, Dragon Girl, I don't think my mind just didn't hit save for whatever reason. To be fair, I think I was just preoccupied thinking about like certain things I would change things because it's been look I haven't seen I Frankenstein since I watched it in movie theaters when it came out.
hmm
Um, I'm going to be honest. I think one of the less than ideal choices for this movie was the actor who was playing Adam. Nothing against the guy, Aaron Eckhart, I believe is his name,
Yeah.
who played Harvey Dent, and he was good in that. I'm not gonna deny that. And
hmm
Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight, and he's a good actor. I've seen him in other stuff, but I don't think he was the right role for this. And that was like one of the things I was kind of consumed by,
To be
thinking of like,
fair, I think he could have been if they let him take a more influence on the novel. I don't know if Aaron Eckhart has read the novel or has any connection to the novel, but if this was a version that was more akin to the novel, I think he could have done all right. I agree with you in that he probably still would have been miscast, but he would have at least made a better showing if he was
but
allowed to like flex the pseudo Shakespearean muscles, so to speak. There.
I think I picked someone who at the time kind of would have worked. Granted, he was a real rising star.
You know what? If they were gonna do an
And
adaptation of Frankenstein, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going specifically because this is supposed to be based off a comic as well. So,
hmm
um, and the comic actually, okay. So I read the synopsis of it, and I'll read it now. After being left for dead after turning his wife into a vampire, Adam, the original Frankenstein monster, wakes up from his icy tomb to seek revenge on the Lord of Vampires himself, Dracula. That's the plot
hmm
of I Frankenstein in the comic or graphic novel.
Neat.
Why they didn't go with that is somewhat confusing to me, but
Yeah, it's weird, but I think if
the
go ahead.
the actor I was thinking was, and I genuinely think he could actually be, given his stature and his voice, and given how much of a nerd he is, Henry Cavill.
Yes, I I think he was the one I casted as Adam in my if I wrote Frankenstein back during Frankenstein week. Although you know what, there is one person that I think could play Adam better, except he's dead now, and he'd be too old even if he wasn't dead. But if they decided to make a more accurate to the novel version of Frankenstein, um, in like the 80s, Andre the Giant would be amazing as Adam.
He actually was like a pretty good actor, from what I remember.
Yeah, like most people probably remember his acting career because of Fezzik from Princess Bride. Yeah. So if they had made a more accurate to the novel version of Frankenstein, which realistically they probably wouldn't have gotten away with even with the star power of Andre the Giant back then, but in some alternate universe somewhere where someone decided to take a risk and cast Andre the Giant in a big budget version in the 80s of the novel of Frankenstein, Andre the Giant would be amazing because Fezzik already had that kind of, he knows he's so much stronger than everyone else, and he kind of, um, he kind of is always kind of down on himself for it. That kind of, that kind of starting point, plus all of the, oodles and oodles and oodles of trauma that, Adam has in the novel. Andre the Giant would have been amazing as Adam. Unfortunately, he is long dead and would be too old even if he wasn't long dead. But
But
somewhere out there in the 80s, there's a alternate universe where there was a version of Frankenstein starring Andre the Giant as a more novel accurate version. And that movie is amazing, probably.
I will stand by this. If Henry Cavill didn't get
Shafted.
Superman, and he was still a rising star, mind you, I genuinely do think if he got to play playing a version of Frankenstein, it would have been pretty good.
He could still do it now. It's just that everyone in Hollywood hates his guts because he actually gives a damn about the source material. How dare he?
Yeah, I don't. Why the fuck does everyone gotta suck?
Because it's our lot in life to fix what they break. Somewhere out there in the multiverse are two versions of us that can just enjoy things, but we are not them. We are the ones who must fix everything they have broken, so that some other version of ourselves
say,
can enjoy Hollywood not being
one
shit.
one of the concepts I really liked about I Frankenstein were the gargoyles.
Yeah, gargoyles as like these specialist like Navy SEAL angels. That idea kind of slaps.
Actually, okay, because I was looking into World of Darkness stuff. There actually is like like an old World of Darkness at least.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually like a sub thing. Sub
Subgenre.
I don't know if it's a genre. It's a tabletop game. What's like a sub of that? Like a portion
Mod?
of that. A what?
A mod?
Yeah, it's called Promethean. It's what they're called.
Hmm. Has World of Darkness done a dragon equivalent yet? I don't think they have. They haven't done the like dragons who hide as humans thing.
I am aware, and I've looked into it, that it is actually one of the more like complex tabletop games out there, like World of Darkness overall.
I'm just gonna make this I'm gonna make this title up, and hopefully someone somewhere will stumble upon this who works with World of Darkness. But Dragons the Scorching. You're welcome.
Oh, Promethean the Created. That's what it's called. Oh, set in the Chronicles of Darkness setting. I don't know if that's different or not from War of Darkness.
I don't know either, but yeah. Aside from anything else, people who do World of Darkness create a dragon game of like dragons who hide as humans and call it Dragons the Scorching. And one of the like subtypes of dragon should be gargoyles, because the name gargoyle comes from a French dragon called Gargoule. So Dragons the Scorching. There. Make it a thing and make there be a subversion a subtype of dragon that's a gargoyle. You're welcome.
Um, Ghost thing is a bit of an iffy thing in the New World of Darkness. It mentions them in the Mage of Ascension book. Mage of Ascension.
Or maybe Drake's the Scorching, but either way, dragon game. Damn it. Dragon game.
Yeah, there's a video I just stumbled across regarding Promethean the Created. I can send it to you, Dragon Turtle, if you're interested.
Anyway, back on point though, in all seriousness.
Honestly, I'm more surprised we didn't talk about World of Darkness at all throughout the whole month.
World of Darkness as a setting is more interesting than World of Darkness the gameplay allows.
No, I know.
Dragon Turtle and I were in a World of Darkness game, but our GM, who is awesome, his name is Jason. Jason had to mod the shit out of it so that it wasn't an insufferable game to play. And he did, because he's awesome, but yeah, the actual gameplay of World of Darkness needs a lot of work before it can live up to the potential of its own setting. Anyway, Jack-o'-lanterns.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Dragon Turtle, I actually watched pretty much all of them you've sent me. Like, I watched them before you even sent me that list. So.
And oh, by the way, speaking of World of Darkness, I did watch the What If Hannibal Was a Fairy video from Burger Creek. The only thing I have an issue with is I don't see why he's a ghast instead of just a Kithane she. Or Thalane rather. Yeah, I don't see why he's not just a Thalane she, because the bloodthirstiness and the cannibalism and things that can just be covered by the Thalane part of him. He doesn't need to be a different subtype of fairy, especially given that his IRL family are aristocrats. So why in all the fucks isn't he just a Thalane equivalent of the She? That's my only real criticism of Burger Krieg's Hannibal is secretly in World of Darkness video. I don't think that Hannibal has to be a ghast for the peril of the work. I think he can just be a Thalane she.
I'm also not gonna lie. I'm sorry. Still, World of Darkness thing. I almost want to try Wraith the Oblivion because I feel like that's somewhat up my alley.
Again, you'd have to find somebody who can mod it to shit to make it work, because again, World of Darkness gameplay sucks balls compared to World of Darkness setting, which is amazing. The setting in the
Although,
lore is cool. The gameplay is ass.
I mean, to be fair, I'm more interested in the lore than anything. Is typical with me.
Yeah,
Oh, I am
which is
slowly but surely crawling through the the technocracy video.
yeah. Which if you want to play, let me know, and I will introduce you to Dragon Turtle and my GM Jason, who has already fixed World of Darkness once when we were playing the game.
And I've looked into the werewolf tribes because I was also curious.
Yeah,
Unsurprisingly, I think I kind of work a lot with like the bone gnawers.
that does not surprise me in the least. But yes, if you ever actually want to give playing it a try, DT and I will introduce you to Jason, and he will maybe be willing to run a game in his modified World of Darkness setting. That isn't
I'm gonna be honest.
yeah.
The mummies are a cool concept, but God, trying to wrap my head around all that shit gave me a fucking headache.
Yep. Like I say, the lore and the world of World of Darkness is amazing, but in order to actually play it and have fun, it needs to be modded to shit.
I'm also okay. I've never really considered doing the vampire run for World of Darkness, but I have genuinely thought Nosferatu.
Obviously, surprising neither of you, the two that I find the most interesting are the Mage games and the Changeling game. And if our World of Darkness game that Jason ran had gone on for much longer, my character was gonna wind up having a boyfriend who was a troll because trolls in World of Dark in Changeling lore are basically just predestined to be my perfect boyfriend. Damn it.
I was coming up with a concept for a Nosferatu character who would have been interesting. I'd still have to look more into like the politics of Camarilla stuff.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Leon because we have a whole other video to do as well.
Or we might just call it with Leon video to be fair.
That's why I'm trying to be at least semi-expedient here so that we can get through both of them.
Next one's longer.
I know, which is why I'm trying to be relatively expedient. Moving on, Jack-o'-lanterns.
That's about all it does correctly, though, both in terms of adhering to the far better source material and being something beyond film trash. While I, Frankenstein technically owes its existence to two sources, Mary Shelley's novel and the more recent graphic novel sharing the film's name, these are only the direct influences. This doesn't take into account the change in climate and trends that likely assisted in greenlighting this picture and guiding its style, visuals, and even casting. In 2008, Hollywood gave us Twilight,
Oh my god.
No, he's right. I Frankenstein wouldn't be the movie it was if it weren't coming out in the like sphere of Twilight spoofs and Twilight knockoffs. As much as the ubiquity of Twilight knockoffs and Twilight spoofs and Twilight wannabes was annoying when I was in fucking middle school and high school, he is right that this movie wouldn't be the movie it is without that influence. Ironically, if it had waited like half a decade, we could have gotten a version of I Frankenstein that probably would be more in tune with the source material, and instead of taking Twilight spoof or Twilight knockoff influences, would have taken superhero genre influences, which probably would have been a much better movie. Anyway,
I mean, it also kind of did. It actually does kind of try to be like that.
Yeah, which is why I say if it had come out 5 years later than it actually did, it would have had more superhero influences and less Twilight influences, and probably been an infinitely better movie. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Alright.
Adapted from the best-selling novel of the same name. The book made a universe of cash, and the film was a guaranteed box office hit, as were its sequels. Twilight takes the classic vampire and emphasizes his attractiveness over everything else traditionally associated with the legendary monster, like ruthlessness, transforming into horrifying creatures and monsters and animals and so forth.
Ruthlessness? Like, seductiveness is actually more strongly associated with vampires than ruthlessness is. Like, ruthlessness or, like, animalistic hunger is more a werewolf thing, generally speaking. I realize I'm being pedantic, but you are also being pedantic, Leon, and Turnabout is fair play. I wouldn't, like, ruthlessness would not be in the top 100 things I would associate, like, descriptive words I would associate with vampires.
Well, inhumanity, which they don't.
Right, but those aren't the same thing, is the thing.
Can I explain?
Sorry.
Thank you. I could see what he means with ruthlessness as the fact that they're very brutal when it comes to like getting their prey or killing any of their enemies. I don't disagree
Right,
with you on the hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. I don't disagree with you on the start of this. I feel like that is first most in their whole repertoire. But when they drop the act, drop the guys, the masquerade, keeping up our conversation.
Badumsish, yes.
Thank you.
And well done reference humor.
Yeah. They are very ruthless, very like destructive, all of that. So I get his point, but I do agree with yours as well.
Right, I'm not saying that there's no basis for ruthlessness, it's just it's very far down the list of things that I associate, like descriptive terms I associate with vampires. And since, Leon is being a pedantic motherfucker, again, turnabout is fair play, in which case ruthlessness is rather low down on the list and is far more associated with other monster types or monster archetypes than vampires. Jack-o'-lanterns, though.
Yeah, let me get the tab. And towards the end, I will pitch a version of I Frankenstein that I've kind of come up with a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Twilight is about the sexy vampire, the shirtless, sparkling vampire.
Ugh.
Although vampires have often been shown to have a taste of sensuality to themselves and their stories, Twilight does so in a way that is more overt and immature. Twilight is about a sexy vampire, plain and simple. Because of this laughable film series, we, the movie-going audiences...
He's not wrong, and we are all still having PTSD flashbacks about the whole sparkling thing. Like, everyone and their dog first fell into the thirst trap that was Twilight, and then immediately cringed because of the sparkle factor. So, like, yes, we all know how deep that particular rabbit hole goes, and we all still, like, have non-flashbacks of the sparkling thing. So, fair enough. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Alright. Come on, you piece of shit.
Cracked wise, made jokes, and said, "What's next? A sexy werewolf?" And then the next Twilight film was more about werewolves than vampires. And then we said, "What's next? A sexy zombie?" and then the world gave us warm bodies. Although
Okay. Hold on.
Of all
Warm
the
Bodies-
Twilight, of all the Twilight clones and Twilight knockoffs, Warm Bodies is actually pretty damn good. To be fair,
It really is. And that's speaking as someone who watched it late, like didn't actually watch it when it was coming out.
and being the pedantic, very gay motherfucker that I am, the werewolves of Twilight have always been hotter, both literally and figuratively, than the vampires of Twilight. I realize that, I've already done the explainer many dozen times now about how vampires are the noble male archetype and werewolves are the bestial male archetype. But I defy anyone who tells me that Robert Pattinson was more attractive in those movies than Taylor Lautner. Because even by like sparkly noble male standards, Robert Pattinson was just such an empty plank in those movies. Anyway, Jack-o'-lanterns.
this film adaptation has its tongue planted neatly in its cheek. And then we said, what's next? A sexy Frankenstein? Well, Saturday Night Live did anyway. I, Frankenstein is the serious answer to a ridiculous joke. It would be funny if this were a parody or a farce, or even campy enough for it to be worthwhile. But instead, I, Frankenstein does not seem to realize that it is a joke. That is not the only way.
It's only a joke if you treat it as one. The idea of Adam being sexy is not that unusual, my friend. I mean, I've done a lot of legwork in the recent weeks about how Adam is literally a superhuman. Like he is not a super soldier, but very much in the Captain America style super soldier vein. He is supposed to be literally a Superman. The problem is that his father put him together sloppily and then blamed him for said sloppiness because Victor Frankenstein is the worst father in literature history. But having already said that many dozen times, the idea of Adam being sexy, especially in the larger than life giant superhuman sort of way, is not that far out of left field. Adam being sexy is not that hard to imagine because he is literally supposed to be a perfect being who his dumbass father was too stupid to realize A, still needed to be raised like any other person, and B, was perfect to begin with because he was too shallow, despite the fact that he was literally involved in the creation of said being and should therefore, if anything, be blaming himself for how Adam looks, given that it's the one thing Adam doesn't have control over, that and not being, loved and cared for by his father and not being raised like every other fucking being in the universe. Moving on. Jack-o'-lanterns. Unless you had anything to add.
No, I want to wait until I pitch the idea
Mhm.
because, like I said, again, I'm always going to be of the mindset that there are no bad ideas, only poor execution.
Although some ideas require a lot more work than others, to be fair.
Motherfucker, you don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, but that's a bit of the difference, though, is that? But anyway, Jack-o'-lanterns.
Yeah.
Way that it fits precisely within the trends of recent fiction, though. There has been a collective idea thrown around by various authors and screenwriters that more or less goes like this. Take a public domain fictional character and put said character in a wacky new situation, a la the recent movies about Hansel and Gretel, Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White, and various other fairy tales. More than that, there is an oddly specific trend of taking a 19th century novel or historical figure and placing it or him into a new context, the stranger the better. Frankenstein, published in 1818, is only
I agree with you on the Red Riding Hood one and the Snow White and the Huntsman, which I think is what you were referring to, or Mirror Mirror, which was even Mirror Mirror is just fucking awful. But
I
I
like Mirror.
agree. I agree with you. I agree with you on those, but
Okay,
I will actually go to bat for Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters. It makes sense, and it that movie deserved a sequel. In fact, it deserved at least a trilogy. Because god damn it, the world building on that was so interesting. Ditto Jack the Giant Slayer there as well,
yeah,
which
uh,
in a sane world those would be in the same universe, but never mind.
I'm sorry. Don't. Can you explain to me why you don't like Mirror Mirror?
It's just it's so kind of over the top in its parody aspect is the thing. It's not like full on Freeberg and Seltzer levels of parody, but it is it's several layers more over the top than it has any right to be.
I don't know. I like it.
And I suppose the proverbial different strokes for different folks giggity there. Yeah. I will genuinely defend Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters because it actually really works. As does Gretel and Hansel, which is the more serious, less campy variation on the same mode, kind of. Both of which were pretty good. Anyway, moving right swiftly along, Jack-o'-lanterns.
Only the latest. The 19th century is ripe with public domain characters that we need not purchase, only lift for our own purposes.
Yeah, and for
So,
every
with all of
couple
this,
for every couple dozen of those that are utter shit, which there are, you do get a worthwhile contribution to the culture, and that's why I don't object to the thing itself. I object to people being idiots with these IPs. It's not the IP's fault that it gets used by morons. It's the morons' fault for using those IPs stupidly. Jack-o'-lanterns.
is said, what's this movie about, and just how bad is it? I, Frankenstein is a reimagining of the ending of the novel. In the book, the monster plans to kill himself and drifts away on an ice raft, never to be seen again. In this film, he disappears after he murders Dr. Frankenstein's wife, not so much to escape that crime, but to escape a horde of demons who want him for unknown reasons. He is found by an order of gargoyles who have magic weapons. They invite the monster, who they have dubbed Adam, to join their cause. But
Everyone dubs the monster Adam because when he's chastising his father for being a dick, he says, I ought to have been thy Adam, meaning, given that you wanted to be Godfather, I should have been your equivalent of Adam. And everyone and their dog has soft fan cannoned this that is his name. And no one for the last century has really substantively made any argument against it because it so obviously works. So yeah, no, it's not the gargoyles' fault, and it's not even this movie or this franchise's thing. The creature is just called Adam because he chastises his father by saying, "If you want to be God so badly, you should have treated me like God treated Adam, but you didn't because you're an angry little shit." Father is the part that the part that Adam was too polite and too Victorian to append to this. Anyway, moving on. Oh wait,
Anything else that you-
before we continue, there was another thing I was going to add. It's made very clear, and I don't even necessarily know if it has to be implied, that the fact that Adam is essentially a all new being created from the corpses of previously dead people is enough of an incentive for the demons in and of themselves. It's kind of like how Dracula wants Adam in Van Helsing, because Victor somehow managed to create a new being from composite dead parts, and nobody the fuck knows how to do that except for Victor, and Victor got tortured by an angry mob, so we now need to take Adam and reverse engineer him, or reverse engineer the process that created him, or something along those lines. I don't think that even needs to be explained. I think that logic is just implicit. Creating life from essentially nothing is a rare ability, and people who want to use that for nefarious reasons are going to be very, very keen on getting the example of that to either reverse engineer or to beat the information out of how he became alive in the first place. Moving on.
Yeah, I'll wait till the. I'll wait.
Instead, he takes their weapons and walks out. Why don't they stop him or tell him to give the weapons back? Are they okay with this? It's terribly awkward. Some don't trust him because, well, the monster murdered an innocent woman. But the head of the order dismisses this as a crime of passion. No, it's not. It was premeditated murder. The flashback shows he planned to do it and that he has no remorse about this at all.
If that is true of this particular version of Adam, it is a change from the novel. Adam, in the novel, tortured himself internally about it for basically the whole rest of the book. It just so happens that he was finally done dealing with his father's shit and wanted his father to understand how badly he broke his son, and so that was a thing he chose to do. I agree with you in that he very obviously planned it, but if you remember the novel, you also remember that Adam tortures himself internally about this for the entire rest of the book, and it's one of the main reasons why he tries to commit suicide at the end. It's because he still feels guilty about that, giving lie to the whole he's nothing but a soulless, merciless killing machine blah thing, which in a better written movie, that would have been the point. The point would have been, it's very obvious that this scarred him for his otherwise immortal lifespan because he anguishes and tortures himself internally about it for the whole rest of the book. Anyway, jack-o'-lanterns.
The movie really wants us to sympathize with the monster, but they are actively working against this at the same time. Adam, as the movie insists we now call him, never ages, and he shows up in the 21st century, gets a haircut so he can truly be the sexy movie monster that Hollywood needs him to be for this picture, and fights demons who want to control him. Also, in the interim, he did like 1 billion ab crunches. So many. He meets a woman, he learns something about his own superhumanity, earns a soul for trying to do the right thing and not what is only right for himself, good triumphs, and he gives a really cheesy speech at the end.
Leon, shut the fuck up and actually think through this for a second. 1, Adam has always been superhuman and always been jacked as all fucking hell. Like, this is a thing that Victor did. He tried to create the perfect being, which means both physically and mentally and all of the other, like, philosophical, poetic ways to create the perfect being. So, Adam being hot, not weird. Secondly, every motherfucker calls him Adam because of the aforesaid line in the fucking novel, where he chastises his ignorant, short-sighted, arrogant father for wanting to be God or to put himself on equal terms with God, creating an Adam, and then not treating said Adam like the miracle that he is, but treats him like Victor treats him, which is to say, blaming him for things that are entirely Victor's fault, and then not thinking about the idea of, wait, if you create a being from essentially nothing, you have to still, raise it no matter how preternaturally perfect it is inclined to be. Like, yes, nature and nurture aren't always on even footing, but you still have to put in some effort to raise him, Victor. Goddamn you! But also, yeah, no, Adam being immortal is also not something unique to this particular version of the story. In fact, it's left very ambiguously in the novel as to whether Adam will even be able to kill himself. That's the thing. Adam, by virtue of being created after death in like normal mortal terms, rendering himself immortal is also another thing that a lot of different versions of this story do. And again, even the novel leaves it ambiguous to whether Adam will even be able to kill himself. So you are blaming this movie for things that make perfect internally consistent sense with both this version and the novel, and you are bitching just because it vaguely superficially nods to Twilight like everything else does. And again, I empathize with your hatred for Twilight clones. I do. And yes, this movie is very badly written and not a very good movie. But your nominated criticisms are fucking bullshit because you're blaming it for things that either everyone and their mother have done or that make perfect internally consistent sense with either this version or the novel. So I don't like this movie. It is a very bad movie, but your specific criticisms of it are bullshit, at least if you presented them here. Now, you may not be accurately portraying your criticisms, but that's a you problem, not a the movie problem. If you can't explain to your audience why you dislike it without making a complete moron of yourself, that's a you problem. Moving on. Jack-o'-lanterns.
And where he drops the name of the film as the last line. The film has no sense of humor about what it is showing us, though. I, Frankenstein is a movie about a famous, sometimes green, movie monster that must fight demons and gargoyles. One would assume this would be an action comedy, but it's actually a very grim tale. Not dark, mind you, only dreary. It suffers from being predictable, every beat is telegraphed, every twist.
You mean the movie does actually explain itself, you just don't like the explanation or the tone. Because I hate to burst your bubble here, Leon, but taking itself seriously is not inherently a crime, and there are no inherently absurd. I don't quite want to say that. I almost said there are no inherently absurd premises, but there are some very absurd premises. But usually, the thing that makes a premise absurd is that it's internally inconsistent or violates its own rules. In terms of like raw premise or raw axiom, there are no inherently absurd premises.
I was muted.
Yes, you were.
I was talking. I thought, fuck.
Sorry. No, it was not me talking over you. We literally did not hear you. What did you have to say in previous segments?
Well,
Or this
no.
one?
I was just for this specific part here. I was
Okay.
talking. Okay. I was gonna say, while there is no, basically, kind of piggybacking off what you said. I don't think it needs to, like you said, it doesn't need to be an action comedy. I disagree. It doesn't need to be an action comedy, but I think there is a point where it takes itself too seriously to the point it's not enjoyable.
Another way of putting this might be that for how seriously it takes itself, it doesn't do the work necessary to take itself that seriously.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna this is gonna be weird. An inspiration I honestly think would be helpful for this movie, which it does seem like it's kind of replicating. Blade, specifically Blade 2, which did have a humor about it, but wasn't afraid to be dark or serious at the same time.
Another inspiration might be, especially given this is from the same author as the actual source material, the Underworld series.
Again, I know you're not a big fan of those, but
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those, but tonally speaking, and in terms of the degree to which it takes the premise seriously,
also,
I think that would have made sense.
I honestly think taking the aesthetic of it, because it does seem like this should be similar. Like this should be also set in the same world.
It does, yeah. It very much seems like it wants desperately to be in that same continuity, and it honestly would make perfect sense for it to be in that same continuity. I don't think there's any lore. I don't think there's any particular piece of lore in the Underworld series that would be violated if this movie were to take place in that
I mean,
universe.
okay, so they all have a basis in biology, as was like kind of the idea. They all come from a family of like vampires and werewolves come from a genetic basis from an immortal. Okay, Giant Turtle, see you around, man. They come from something called the Corvinus strain, which
Okay,
This-
so there are actual practical things in the way here, especially with regards to the angels. But darn.
that could just be one aspect of the world, you know.
True, but it would strain credulity a little bit, given what you've just explained, for there to all of a sudden be like gargoyle angels and shit.
Fair enough. But yeah, and I think also the world building was also kind of the issue.
Yeah, they don't let things. They don't let the world feel lived in or organic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so Underworld, like in terms of like maybe style, I would say style and tone overall,
Yeah,
and like, well, okay, maybe more so style than tone. With like Blade 2 specifically, that would be the best like tone for this.
another example would be
And the third, the other one I was gonna bring up because I was setting it up. The early seasons of Supernatural.
that might also work. I was gonna go a slightly different direction and say Spawn, keeping in the like '90s superhero mode.
Right. I mean, you can also have that. I'm just what I meant is like in the like kind of like grit and heavy, like heaviness.
There was a lot more dark atmosphere in the early seasons of Supernatural, like seasons 1 to
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are definitely problems with this movie, but I don't think most of what Leon has said here is really germane to any of it. I honestly think he's just bitching because it's not as like it seems like he either wants it to go full like art house serious or to make fun of itself because he finds the premise inherently funny because he's being a little bit of a pompous snobby git. And either way, fuck Leon. It doesn't have to mug at the camera just because you find the premise to be inherently absurd. Because as we just got done covering, no premise is inherently absurd unless it violates its own rules or strange credulity in some other way, but not
Alright.
like in
Yeah.
isolation by itself.
Shall we?
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Fair lines.
Twist not quite twisty enough. It feels poorly paced as well. It's a short-ish film at about 90 minutes or so, but it seems to have 4 acts to it, all rushed. First is the story of Adam's origins. Then it's Adam's other origins with the gargoyles. Then he's fighting alongside the gargoyles, and everything is just thrown at you with no rhyme or reason. The movie feels like pieces of a puzzle that do not fit, but a child has crushed them together. The special effects are dated by the standards of 2004. These gargoyles look like cartoons. The Disney gargoyles that were actually cartoons look less like cartoons than the gargoyles in I, Frankenstein.
Yep, no, I can't object to that, but those effects were exceedingly dated, and yes, the gargoyles of Disney's gargoyles would be a significant and vast improvement thereof.
Okay, I mean, look, I'm gonna be my. Maybe it's just me, but because I came from watching like TV shows and stuff that had very high concepts and didn't have the budget to do all this crazy CGI. Maybe I'm just I got so used to seeing like cheap CGI that it doesn't really bother me that much.
Yeah, that's fair as well. I'm just saying that as far as criticisms go, these criticisms, like his criticism of the pacing, his criticism of the effects, his criticisms of the structure, make more sense and are more internally consistent and internally valid than a lot of his other criticisms, which are, wah, I can't take this premise seriously because I think it's absurd ex nihilo. Wah, the things that the like Frankenstein fan base has been doing for centuries, literal centuries, come out of nowhere for me because I'm sheltered and don't understand. Like that kind of shit bothers me more than anything. But the fact that he's bitching that Adam is attractive, even though he was always supposed to be the ideal human. The fact that he's bitching that Adam is called Adam, even though literally everyone in the like extended Frankenstein fan base has been calling him that since the novel came out, because
I'm also gonna point.
Yeah.
It's a bit pedantic on my end. I don't think, story-wise, he should have shaved his hair, like cut his hair.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Given that Adam is not interested in
Oh my
blending
God. Sorry, I was just thinking of something else to add. To like kind of inspirations for I, Frankenstein, like overall for the movie.
But given that Adam doesn't like, given that Adam prefers to live on the fringes of society in general and keeps himself at a distance rather than trying to blend in, there's no reason to speak of as to why he would shave his hair. Because he's not interested in blending in with people. He's more than, especially given how the novel closes and how this movie frames the start of the movie going, he still feels alienated from humanity broadly and doesn't feel any particular pressing reason to blend in with society.
So the one I was thinking was a Highlander.
Not to mention, and this is the other thing, even if he did want to somehow blend into humanity or whatever the fuck, it's not as though long hair is that unusual for guys. Like, punks and rock stars and shit have been doing that in the modern era since at least the 80s, so he wouldn't have even necessarily have had to cut his hair in order to blend in with society. Especially given that he does still have access, I think, to his father's money, and aristocrats have been keeping their hair long for a long time because it's a status symbol thing of the longer your hair was, the more work goes into having, or having to take care of it, and therefore it was an easy way for aristocrats to flex their status. That's why, for example, Louis the 14th through Louis the 16th all had long hair, was because that they were, making the subtle thing of, I'm rich enough that I can have all this hair and take care of it so it looks good. So why did Adam cut his hair? That is a really stupid, shallow thing.
Anyway,
Yeah, jack-o'-lanterns.
Also, the oft-used plot about there being a secret war, usually supernatural, between two opposing factions that the world must never know about was played out by the conclusion of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
okay, no, fuck off.
No, he's right. It is a
No,
really
no,
overused
no, 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 no,
plot
no, no,
trope.
no. This can I?
Go ahead.
It's not played out. The issue is it's never added or expounded upon. That's the issue. It's not played out. Okay.
I'm gonna agree with him here. Although full disclosure, I have never liked that trope. I find it annoying that the supernatural has to hide. Like, I prefer the way it's handled in stuff like Dresden Files, where it's not that the supernatural is even trying to hide, it's that people just don't want to see it there. People actively will convince themselves it's not supernatural because they're more comfortable with a rational, like, post-enlightenment scientism than acknowledging that there are things outside of human control. That
Okay,
makes
well,
more sense and is more well-rounded and organic than the secret hidden world crap.
that's fair, but still, I think just blatantly, like in a
No,
blanket
he's being a pompous git. I'm just saying that in this one instance, I think I can see where he's coming from. He's still being an absolute pompous git about it, and stupid and myopic and oversimplifying like a motherfucker. And those things I will criticize him for, even though I agree with him in this one instance. But yeah, the issue is he's being a pompous git about fucking everything, like he usually is, and it's insufferable.
Anyway, silence.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
My name is Leonore, High Queen of the Gargoyle Order. This is Gideon, my most trusted warrior. You were attacked by 4 demons under the command of a dark prince called Mabirius.
I mentioned Dresden Files.
Being by the great archangel Michael. It is our sacred duty.
What?
Yeah, it makes a list of other like hidden wars going on, like in the list. Like it's just
okay. Now I'm going to bitch at him because, as I just alluded to, Dresden Files doesn't do the hidden world crap. Dresden Files operates on the premise, and I'm sure Brainstormer can back me up on this because he's working his way through the first one finally. Dresden Files operates on the premise of not that the supernatural world is hidden, but that humanity are essentially a bunch of ostriches. It's not that the supernatural is even trying to hide, it's that humanity is trying its damnedest not to look. Because humanity would rather believe that it is the supreme power in the universe and that nothing greater than humanity can exist, instead of the truth that we've understood since the dawn of time, which is the world does contain supernatural elements, and we're just gonna have to fucking learn to live with it. But yeah, no, the Dresden Files does not do the hidden world shtick. It, in my opinion, improves significantly on this premise by saying it's not that the supernatural is hiding, or even wants to hide, it's that humanity desperately wants to keep its head in the sand and not acknowledge that the supernatural exists.
To expound earlier on the hidden war criticism, there are literal battles and shit like that happening across the world that we are not aware of held by our own human governments. So I think elevating that to a higher plane of existence isn't that far off.
if it's essentially government bureaucracy doing it, I have less of an issue with it because that's just the like Men in Black style thing. The issue I have with it is the worst example of the hidden world thing is Harry Potter. It again, like I say, I think it's done a lot better in something like Dresden Files, where it's not that the
Yeah,
supernatural is trying to hide from humanity. It's that humanity
okay,
is trying to establish
I
not to
get
see
that.
it.
I'm just saying. I understand your point, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I think that's actually a pretty good way to circumvent that trope. But what I'm saying is, I don't think blatantly saying that it is a bad trope is the way to go there. Because, again, a trope itself is not bad, it's how one uses it, plays it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's the free space of like modern or urban fantasy a lot of the time. Granted, the best urban fantasies don't do that. The example, of course, being Dresden Files. Other examples being Simon Green's The Night Side, Richard Kadri's Sam and Slim series.
Does Darkness count?
I would say no, just because the supernatural types do try to hide or try to keep what they're doing out of the eye of the like technocracy sorts of people. And in the
But
case of World of Darkness, the world itself, thanks to the whole consensus field thing, will bitch slap you if you go too extreme into the supernatural in front of people. So World of Darkness is probably not a example of them getting away from that trope or using that trope in a more effective way.
I feel like they have a
So
better explanation on why it exists, at least.
yeah, there's more like mechanical emphasis on why and various factions of who and what's and hows, but like I'd still say no because they do use it. They're just better at explaining how. Anyway, Jack-o'-lanterns.
To wage war against the demon horde, the 666 legions of hell-spawn creatures unleashed by Satan after his fall from heaven.
And now, a word about the controversial tactic of adapting a novel to film in a manner that is unfaithful to the source material. If the film is exactly like the novel, there is little point in making the film in the first place. It's just telling the story again, only this time with actors who may or may not represent their character well. The problem.
Okay,
I'm
can
sorry, that in and of itself it requires a pause because my fucking god, that is the single stupidest thing I think I've ever heard. Accurately portraying the novel is something that people have been trying to do on film since the inception of film to varying degrees of success. But what you just said seems to imply that not only should we not be aspiring to be a better portrayal of the novel, but that even trying to be faithful to the source material is itself a problem, and no, fuck you. That's this like literary theory. It's all about what the director or the writer wants to say, and not about what you have to do to make it work and shit. No, no, no. Fuck that noise. Authorial intent is at best tertiary to whether a particular piece of media is good or not. And no, subjectivity does not it is not a magic bullet here. You should be trying to adapt something if you decide you want to adapt something. If you want to create something of your own making, create something of your own fucking making. if you think you can expand on the source material or expand on the material and like create interesting variations or highlight different aspects of it by your particular version, that's one thing. But you just chat on the very idea of like artistic loyalty to the source. Because here's the thing, film is kind of inherently an adaptational medium, and TV is too. But sticking to the thing, film has always been an adaptational medium because the thing that film can do that other forms of media can't do is take something from text on a page to reality. And and yes, plays can do that to some degree as well, but by virtue of this thing we call special effects or visual effects, film can do even that better than a play can do because there is no play with the amount of budget or the amount of bells and whistles and tricks necessary to, for example, create something like the Harry Potter franchise or the MCU or any like there are some stories that are best told on film or in TV because film and TV have the resources and tools and skills necessary to bring something from text to reality in ways that other media can't do. And again, even if even if we're comparing two very similar adaptations of the same source material, you can still create more nuances with aesthetics, with style, with perspective, and so on. But that's not because the directorial or writer fucking intent matters more than adapting the source material. It's because a good story can be viewed from different angles or portrayed from different angles without running out of worthwhile substance. Brainstormer, if you're talking, we can't hear you because there's buzzing in the background. Yeah, I don't know what your mic is doing, but it was just... It sounds almost like a dial-up modem, actually. Still can't hear you. I'm not. Hold the fuck on. Okay, I'm assuming Brainstormer had technical difficulties that he is now going to have to go and rectify before we can move on with proceedings. But yeah, in the interim, to reiterate, what Leon just said there is possibly the single stupidest thing I've ever heard anyone say on the topic of media criticism, and that's some stiff fucking competition, given that we are living in the post Frankfurt School age of media literacy TM. And yeah, it's just one of the single stupidest things I think I've ever heard any human being try to say, much less a human being who is trying to be intelligent while doing so.
Hello.
Hello, Brainstormer. You are back, hopefully.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now we
Alright.
can hear you.
All right. Look, I think it's my computer. Going over 4 hours now. So Okay, so we're gonna do the podcast on Friday. Hopefully. Unless you just want to do it on November 1st, and we just have a
Either way, I think we're fine because, like I said, traditionally Samhain runs towards the middle of November. So
okay.
if we want to do a little bit of extra Halloween, I think we can get away with it, given that we're only like 1 day difference from Halloween this next week.
Okay.
Is
Okay. I just want to ask.
unless you would object to doing more Halloween shit, but knowing you, I doubt it, given how much you
No.
love Halloween.
No, I'm good. To be fair, I haven't really been able to celebrate Halloween at home, so this is kind of the only thing I got at this point.
That sucks, and I once more plot to murder a nuisance in your
don't-
life that shall go unnamed.
Mm. So I feel like called there. Although I do want to give my brief the ideas I was coming up with after watching that video.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I Frankenstein. Simply because I think it would have been too similar to Blade with the vampires.
Mm.
So obviously keeping the demons. I do want to keep the gargoyles because that was fascinating. Obviously work on the exposition because I think that was also a bigger problem there.
Yeah, it's not that there is exposition, it's just that it was very, very just sort of crammed in
Yeah.
irrelevantly.
I would also like kind of use. There's a short film that was made a few years back, based on Frankenstein, called was it Weary Traveler or? It's on YouTube. Like type in Frankenstein short film or something. But yeah, Adam stays on the fringes every now and then. He's sought after by both the demons and the gargoyles because he is a being that is not meant to exist, is a soul that is not cataloged in either heaven or hell. Thus, he is an unknowable thing.
Yeah,
which there is.
It's essentially the repercussions of the fact that Victor actually succeeded even better than he thought he did.
Yeah. And I do want to kind of add more levels and layers if this was to be a series. So the first movie, honestly, maybe John Wick also would kind of be more of a inspiration as well with like the world building.
Okay. I don't quite know where you're going with that, but I'm not objecting to it.
Have a wider world there, but only give small little picture frames of it before it starts to expand. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you might actually really like the Falstaff Books universe, because aside from anything else, Adam does show up in it, and they do kind of play with him, kind of like what we were describing there.
Right. But Adam, I believe it's also in the. He's not interested in either side because he feels like the ultimate outsider, obviously, because since
I'm also noticing parallels to other things that we have done, and I don't think I need to specify what for you to understand what I'm referencing. But yeah, it does. It also works for Adam just like it does with our other character that we kind of did this with.
Oh yeah. Took me a minute because we come up with a lot of stuff, so
We do. We
catalog.
like I mentioned to the audience a bit ago that like writing bouncing ideas back and forth and end up with them being these like grandiose epics is something we do every Thursday.
But yeah, he refuses to join either side. I would okay. The gargoyles are regular soldiers, but I do want to show like maybe one angel, like
Mhm.
a genuine angel. Gargoyles themselves are technically not angels.
Mhm. I also think it would be more interesting if the gargoyles couldn't shapeshift between a more humanoid form and not.
That
Like
actually
an
would also be very interesting. Yes, and see the demons thing. I'm not. It's complicated because, in a way, given everything we have studied about how things actually work on the other side, they would
Mhm.
be a lot more bureaucratic.
They would. And I think to call back to what you were just um, starting with there, I think that would also be another thing of interest with regard to both sides and Adam is because if there's ever an example of someone who exists despite the absolute lack of paperwork, it's Adam, and they're
Um,
both probably sitting there going, "He didn't fill out any of the necessary forms to exist. What the fuck?"
but I think what would be super interesting is like an opening, right?
Mhm.
Is that we start where the novel ended, which is Adam floating,
On the ice.
yeah, basically waiting to die,
And
covered in ice.
realizing he can't.
No, well, I want to leave that somewhat ambiguous at
Mhm.
first. Yes, he's immortal, but we're not sure if he can die or not.
Mhm.
But the idea is that the gargoyles who kept an eye on him, or were at least aware of him, found him. Because it makes sense that they would be there searching for him because, well, they can fly and stuff. So,
Yeah, that it makes sense, and also I agree with Leon in the sense that I don't know why they decided to change the novel immediately following him killing the significant Victor's wife when they could have literally just picked it up from him being on the ice waiting to die and having a hard time of it.
but yeah, like I said, I'm more just coming up with like ideas rather than like a full blown story here. Like I said, I do think Henry Cavill would have been like the best cast for
Yeah.
the specific version.
Not to mention that if you need someone to play a genetically perfect being that was literally crafted in a test tube, you could do a lot worse than Henry Cavill.
Well, I think also again with his hair grown out, and you even match. To be okay, because I've been watching Penny Dreadful recently. Give him the style of design that they have there, which is like pale ashen skin with the yellow eyes, some scarring on his face. Obviously, like the honestly, I feel like doing a mix mash of the design for the Universal Frankenstein and the book Frankenstein
Yeah,
is the way to
combining them would make combining them it works fine. Yeah.
yeah.
Also, I think Henry would eat this role up if they gave him a chance to play it.
I would also want to incorporate the Bride of Frankenstein. I'm not sure how to do it because apparently there's some concept art for I Frankenstein that had a Bride of Frankenstein designed.
In the novel, there are plans to create the bride, but I don't think Victor actually goes through with it. And if I remember the novel correctly, um, it's actually Victor's refusal to create an Eve for Adam or a Lilith for Adam, as the case may be, um, that results in him rage quitting and killing Victor's wife in sort of a "how would you like it, father" sort of moment.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, Victor Frankenstein,
Well,
possibly
okay,
the
actually,
worst
uh,
father in literary history.
I'm trying to remember this. If the story I remember correctly, he did build the body, but he refused to animate it. right?
which Adam takes as to get this far and not finish. You're actively taunting me. You're mocking me essentially, and again, that's what pushes Adam over the edge of God damn it, Father, you got this far and now you won't just give me the one thing in all creation that I asked for.
So maybe the demons after Frankenstein's death, like, Victor, right?
Mhm.
Take
the body.
Yeah, and are trying everything they can to figure out how to resurrect, or
I think generate is probably the
I don't know about
most
that.
relevant word, or maybe
I don't want to say birth because I'm not entirely sure if that's apt.
yeah, maybe vivify would be the right word.
Run me by the
Vivify means to give life to. Like
okay.
revivify is to give life back to. Vivify is to give life to.
I mean, it is a mingled mismatch of corpses stitched together. So
Well, and there as usual lies the ambiguity of what in all the fucks actually happened to Adam and made Adam be Adam in the first fucking place. Because he doesn't just have the memories or intelligence of the people whose brain he has, or like the muscle memory of all the people who made up. So it's not just simple necromancy. A like being in its own right was created, and that's the $400 million question, so to speak. What in the fuck is Adam, and how is he even a thing?
but I do think the main thing is to show is that he is still very sensitive, even though he has lived for all these centuries now. Well,
Yep.
was it over 3 centuries by this point? Given the
If we assume, for the sake of argument, that the events of the novel happened around the same time as the novel was published in 1818. 1818 to 1918 is 100 years.
by 2.
20
Well,
yeah 20
well, a little close to 200 years.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's very. Yeah, he is very like. I mean, honestly, given the advancement of everything that he meant, he's just. It would be interesting because he's still very much an outsider by his own choice, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, he's isolating himself.
And he is still like extremely, haunted by everything that's happened in his past.
I guess this raises the question: what would Adam think of the novel based on his life, so to speak, and what would he think of the adaptations of said various novels and things? Like,
Well, depending on how it works, I think he would find it somewhat insulting with
that that everyone forgets that he, is this soulful poet philosopher dude.
yeah, well, I'm mostly talking about like the visions of like the classic Boris Karloff one. Like if you see a mask or something and he just grabs it and tosses it on the ground.
I think he'd be even more insulted because given given everything context for the novel, I think it's fair to say that the Boris Karloff version is actually slightly prettier than Adam actually would be, which would almost add insult to injury. Not only did they make him a stupid brute, but they made him a stupid brute that's actually prettier than he actually is.
Mm-hmm. I do like the idea that like one of the gargoyles has kind of stayed with him as like kind of a guardian angel, much to him not really wanting it.
Yeah, you really need to read the Falstaff books, University,
Mm.
because it's not for Adam, it's for Quincy, but there is a guardian angel character in there. But yeah,
This movie would also like you'd have to get writers that have worked in stagecraft, like stage plays and stuff.
yeah,
Because with how Adam talks, he really needs to have that very flowery, very like
yeah, the like operatic, almost Shakespearean vibe to him. Mind of a
And-
genius, soul of a poet philosopher, and the body of a Superman, essentially. There. If
Weapon
only he hadn't had infinite childhood trauma, Jitsu.
weapon wise, I like if he was to carry like some type of holy weapon to defend himself.
Feel like a really heavy like warhammer would be it.
I was thinking hammer, but I've seen so many designs when they've given Frankenstein's monster a weapon, it's always a hammer. So I was thinking more like a battle mace or like a war mace or something.
Yeah, yeah. Just something really heavy that a normal person couldn't lift is the important thing.
Or-
Because again,
Something someone would have to lift with both hands, while he can only
he can do with just one. Yeah.
yeah.
In fact, while we're on this, why not give him two of those hammers? So it's a dual wielding thing.
War mace, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like you can wield them like batons more so.
hmm Not only is this a really good concept, it once more instills in me the desire to hug him because, god damn it, Adam deserves all the hugs, and Victor deserves to rot in the deepest pit of the deepest hell. Damn it, for being the worst father in literature history.
Like besides the fact that he is a soul that is not marked down at all anywhere, and thus technically is one of the few beings in all of existence that truly have free will.
Yeah, because there's the means they would normally use to predict his behavior are just null.
Mhm. I also think the reason why is because of given his uniqueness of his soul.
Yeah.
I think the demons, because they're keeping the bride's body, right?
Mhm.
They would seek to use whatever energy, well, whatever parts of his soul that they can extract as a means of vivifying the
Mhm.
bride, correct?
Mhm.
While also
Revivify means to bring back to life. Vivify is just to bring to life in the first place.
Right. And also combining that with their own like demonic magic and stuff.
Yeah. Because both the angels and the demons want Adam and whatever other creatures like him to be on their side, because if there has to be this unstable being that nobody can predict and nobody can control, at least they can be on our side, say both the angels and the demons to themselves. And of course, Adam going, fuck you both, I'm going to do what I want and live my own life, is going to like rub them so hard the wrong way.
Right. I also think because of his uniqueness as a soul, as the soul he has, because I'm thinking of the idea like the demons are all possessing people, correct? Because they can't truly physically enter our realm.
I mean, if you wanted it to work that way, sure, I have no objection to it. There are other ways they could get here, but yeah.
Well, I'm just going with like, to be fair, I've never seen anyone truly describe a demon unless it's either through like an exorcism or
I think also to be fair, that might annoy them too. Like, imagine early in the movie, the demons like try to jump at him and like possess his body as they would want to because he's superhuman and shit.
Yeah.
And like I'm just imagining the scene where like the main like biggest baddest demon there, Nibiros, I believe, is what they said.
Probably
his
would
name
try
is.
to. Honestly, I would probably try to go with more actual Christianity canon.
Okay, but regardless, whatever demon is the biggest and baddest and strongest, the main baddie of the piece, he tries to possess Adam. I'm just imagining him trying to possess Adam and then immediately just getting kicked out. And they don't. And not only does Adam not know how in the fuck he managed to do that, but the demon doesn't know how in the fuck he managed to do that either.
Okay, I'm sorry. To
And it
recast the
starts
main
this
villain-
like generational hate bone that the demons have for him because they can't possess him and they don't know why.
right, recasting the main villain, because I like Bill Nighy, I really do. But
He's good in everything he's in, but
yeah,
they didn't really give him much to work with in this one.
well, I think he's kind of somewhat playing Victor from Underworld a bit here, so
A little bit, yeah, I can see the parallel there.
but I think because he is the actual, he's an actor too. He was the kind of head honcho, the kind of second in command dude demon, who is Kevin Grieve, who is the guy who wrote I, Frankenstein, and was also created the Underworld. Since he's also an actor, I think it would have been cool if he played the main bad guy because I think that would just been like fun little nod there, like fan service wise. And honestly, he could have kind of played a character like Michael Clark Duncan's Kingpin from the Ben Affleck's Daredevil movie.
I can kind of see that, yeah.
Specifically, obviously, like the more extended cut of that movie because
Right, yeah, the non unspeakably shit one.
yeah. But yeah, I'm like thinking maybe like a bit of that Kingpin with maybe Agent Smith from the first Matrix movie, actually.
Yeah, I can see it. Especially if you emphasize like the demonic bureaucracy of paperwork thing.
Well, that, and I also imagine a scene between him and Adam, similar to the scene between Smith and Morpheus.
Right, the smell monologue scene.
Yeah. Where it kind of seems like he really wants out of the Matrix.
Like he's just annoyed at heaven and hell in general and just wants this whole thing to be over. Maybe that's why they're so interested in having Adam is they want the apocalypse to happen already and just get this whole thing
Well,
over
that
with.
or they just want, like, him and his little crew of demons just want to get the fuck out of it. Like, actually maybe they can't even truly properly experience anything from the possessions they're doing.
Yeah, because all we can do is ride along.
Yeah. And
Sort of thing.
honestly, I do want to keep the description of hell from Supernatural, like in the early seasons where it's like mentioned to be like a prison of flesh and blood and bone. Like it's hell for everyone. Because I feel like people forget that originally hell was a place for all the fallen to go and suffer.
It's not for humans. It's supposed to be a place for the demons, so to speak.
Yeah.
Or
So
sometimes the Nephilim, depending on which backstory for demons you're looking at.
but
lore
either
wise.
way, yeah, you just add some like interest. Like again, I think the basis for this movie isn't bad. I just think the execution of it really didn't hit the mark or go as
Yeah.
far as it could have.
Like also an honest adaptation of the graphic novel source material would probably be better.
Again, I think I can see why they didn't do it because it would have really just been too close to Blade.
And also because we have to. Twilight is so hot right now, so everything has to be Twilight
Yeah,
or Twilight adjacent.
the demons, and given what we've set up here, it actually would have been a lot more interesting, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avirzay, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom and fuck off and be a better father than Victor Frankenstein, because that is the lowest bar in history or literature.
bye, guys.